country, finding solutions concerning what's going on in the country, either economic space, political space, or social. And I'm happy that today, one of the reasons why university was set up is being attended to with this curriculum that we have titled Recalibrating Open Distance Education and E-Learning for Resilience and Inclusive Education. I want to say that this topic is coming in at the right time. If you look at the University of Lagos, I want our visitors to know that last year, when we have to conduct our post-UTME exam, this university conducted online exam for over 20,000 students. And they were well protored. The protoring was okay. That even the registrar of JAM, our respected Professor Oloide, came with his team and they saw what we did and they gave us kudos for it. When the federal government directed that we should resume school, we resumed online. Our lectures done virtual, exams for year 1, year 2 done virtual. Not only that, I make bold to say that the University of Lagos gave the year 1 and year 2 students who did the online exam 5 gigabytes of data, which cost the university over 18 million naira. Thereafter, when the issue of COVID-19 came up and the student went on break for the Salah break, the Ramadan break, they came back online for their lectures. But we have to now look at another way of doing the exams. Students came in, year 1, year 2 came in to do their exams the first 2 weeks. Year 3 students are doing pen to paper exam. That's they are rounding up tomorrow. Year 4, 5 will come in next week to do their pen to paper exam, and they can also have their exam. The large classes will have their exams online. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because of the contribution of the Distant Learning Institute to make sure that these exams went on seamlessly without any problem. So I want to say our staff in the Distant Learning Institute, we have brought joy to this university, visibility to this university, restore the glory of this university, and rebrand the name University of Lagos as the University of First Choice and the nation's pride. If you remember, the director did mention that the distant learning program started from the University of Lagos. I'm happy that Professor Jagede is here. He can confirm that surely it started from the University of Lagos. And I want to also say that if you look at the trend we have globally now, the virtual lectures have come to stay, whether within the country or outside the country. So what direction should we be looking into? The blended format, where you have the online lectures and you also have the in-person lectures. The management of this university, we have invested so much money into training and retraining of staff for the Distant Learning Institute and also for our colleagues in other departments so that they'll be able to conduct their, carry out their lectures online and conduct their exams online. I want to appreciate NUC for the support we have been getting from the ESNUC, Professor Rashid, and being represented here by Engineer Odedino. Like I said earlier on, that whether we like it or not, the blended format of teaching has come to stay. People that were saying before that distant learning is inferior to the full-time program, I want to assure you that as my Lord liveth before I leave office, we are going to review the award of the degree for distant learning. I want us to know that we need to be proactive. I met somebody yesterday who was in the University of Lagos till 2010, but could not do a project because of family issue. And she said, what can she do? And I told her, you know the system that operates in Nigeria will make it difficult for you to conclude your program. If it is in the US now, it's very easy for you to conclude your program. I'm sure very soon, this university too will be proactive to review stand like that or decision like that so that we can become relevant locally and also relevant globally. Once again, I want to welcome you to this unique and outstanding program. And I want to assure you that we'll be here to the end of the program. And I want to whisper to you, don't miss the one at the Lagoon front. Item 7 is very important for our body. So if you are part of the people that they have invited, go to the Lagoon front and you will see the beauty that somebody with a unique idea can bring into focus to showcase the university. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
If I spoke the way the Vice Chancellor just did and you clapped the way you just did, I have achieved in a lifetime. But for the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, it deserves a better applause, please. Thank you. Like I did say earlier, because of the nose mask, it's difficult to recognize some of our distinguished guests here seated. I'd like to recognize the former registrar, who's also here, Dr. Mrs. Ipaye. Please, a round of applause. Former bossa, Dr. Lateef Odekunle, is also here. The chairman, Unilag Media Board, Professor Muyiwa Falaye. I recognize your presence. Also here seated, I have the Director Quality Assurance, Professor Grace Otinwa. You're welcome, ma. Director Academic Planning, Professor Mokwelola Olushaki. You're welcome. Yes. If you are taking the opening prayers, I will have recognized that it was you seated in front. You're welcome, ma. Moving on with the program today, before I invite the chairman of this function, the director said to me, she said, Lamu, at intervals, please make sure you appreciate the following. I'd like to appreciate first, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, the Vice Chancellor, Platform Capital, MTN Nigeria Communications PLC, Biloxi Industries Limited, First E&P, First Exploration and Petroleum Development Company Limited, Fidelity Bank PLC, Nigerian Breweries and Guinea Insurance PLC. Can we give them a round of applause, please? They contributed tremendously to the success of the function today. Distinguished guests, please, can we give them another applause? Thank you. The next individual that will come forward, ladies and gentlemen, is a political economist, professor of entrepreneurship, who served as director of the Center for Applied Economics at the Lagos Business School. Also celebrated boardroom veteran. He serves on the board of the African Practice of Leading Global Professionals Services Firm. He has served in government at a presidential advisory position at age 27 and chairman of boards of parastatals, including National Manpower Board. Professor I'm about to introduce was voted by the Nigerian public in a Vanguard newspaper Silverbird television poll as one of Nigeria's top 10 living legends in 2009. Is considered one of Nigeria's top academics, a leading corporate executive and entrepreneur, and civil society icon. He was nominated twice as candidate for the office of the president of this great country. Join me as I invite to the podium the chairman of this colloquium, Professor Pat Utomi. Keep clapping till it gets to the stage, please. The chairman of today's function, Professor Pat Utomi. You can do better with the applause, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor. In Nigeria, we like to talk about standing on existing protocols. I have always wondered why we don't sit on them or perhaps walk on them, but we stand on existing protocols. That suits me very well because I really am not good with protocols. I know that we love it in our country, but I wish you could just come and say, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm extremely pleased to be able to join you today. Our host, Professor Udani, in her remarks mentioned that I flew in yesterday night for the purpose of being at this event today. While that is true, it is not peculiar. Professor Familoni, the DVC, introduced earlier, and I are part of a fellowship. And in those days, many years ago, when I was president of a chapter, if I stand up and want to give a testimony, people begin to say airport testimony. Because most of my testimonies were about things that happened at airports as I ran back and forth trying to do things. Perhaps if we had COVID before then and technology had made some of the leaps, I would not have as many airport testimonies. But because, as the VC said, we have to mix these things up, I still do travel a little bit, but not as much. And I give a very simple example. For 6 years, I've served on the board of Deloitte, the Africa board. And this has meant that I travel back and forth South Africa quite a bit. I've served on the boards of some South African companies also. Now, there are times when I literally have to be in South Africa every 3 weeks. I would sometimes fly in the morning, sit during the meeting, during the day at the meeting, and leave at night to be back the next day. This was grueling. I somehow managed it. But when the pandemic hit, everybody was worried about how we would function. A board like that of Deloitte, which met so frequently. I mean, I was in South Africa literally every 5 weeks for Deloitte meetings. We thought we could not function, but I can tell you that in the year since then, the board has been even much more effective without anybody getting on any aeroplane. That's how much the world has changed, and how we learn has to change pari passu, as they say. Again, interesting thing, my background is very interdisciplinary. One discipline that I flunked out of because of distance was law. I began a course at the University of London by correspondence, as Professor Danny put it, the way it used to be, in 1982. I'd gone past intermediate, became very busy as an executive, and just couldn't keep up. If it were today, I would be taking those classes online at the airport, wherever it is that I could have been. In fact, yesterday afternoon, I was speaking at a webinar right at Heathrow Airport, a webinar in Canada. And so our world has changed. The question is, how effective are we trying to be in ensuring that these possibilities offer optimal value for the educational system? In the remarks that I made in the office of the Vice Chancellor, I made the point that when Mr. Blair, Tony Blair, was running to be Prime Minister, he emphasized the fact that he had a 3-agenda program, and the 3 items on his agenda were education, education, and education. And I said there that if the UK could be literally desperate with education, given the great traditions of education in that country, you can imagine what we should be doing. I think that Professor Udani and her team here have really put the University of Lagos and our country on the right track by the work that they do here at the DLI. I am particularly proud of this work for a variety of reasons. First of all, you know, there are fantabulous things to say about the University of Lagos, but the first real university that is Nigerian is the University of Nigeria. And Professor Dadi and I are contemporaries from the University of Nigeria. But it's okay. I mean, I found the University of Lagos valuable enough to invest enough time to marry somebody who was in school here and who remains on the faculty here so many years later. And particularly with friends like Professor Moore, who was in economics, the late C.S. Momo. I actually have had a tradition of setting up prizes and working with students in some of those disciplines. Mr. Vice Chancellor, you know, there was a problem in 1982 when I returned from grad school. I was actually supposed to come and teach here. But the several departments then started quarreling over which one I should go to. In the process, I ran away. I hope that I will get a chance to come back if I'm allowed to. Okay, all right, thank you very much. I'm not going to waste time because we have an extraordinary panel lined up. What I would like to say in closing my remarks is that we should not look at technology, but look at learning and see technology as a facilitator. For me, the most important thing about the learning process or the educational process is teacher quality. How can technology facilitate our being able to have the kind of quality of teaching that can go to people remotely, no matter where they may be? I think this should be the focus, and I hope that we learn enough from the experts that are gathered today to make this possible. I think with this, we can reach so many such that our country can reap a demographic dividend from our youth bulge rather than the kinds of crises that we get, because so many uneducated are available for people with evil thoughts to recruit and be used for all kinds of things that constitute the problems we're dealing with in Nigeria today. So I look forward to learning from this process, and I thank you also very much. Thank you.
Once again, another applause for Professor Pat Utomi. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Please put your hands together, yes. Because of COVID protocols, we have a huge number watching online. And for those who are here seated, I think we have about 1,000+ watching this function online. The keynote speaker is also online as well. Can we say hello to Dr. Neil Fassiner, please? Can we show Dr. Neil Fassiner, who is online as well? Can you wave? All right, distinguished guests, can we wave to Dr. Neil Fassiner? Yes, thank you, thank you. Also online as well, we have the former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Babajide Alo, who is online as well. Thank you. Oh, he's here. Prof. Of your goals and your activities in terms of those various stages. The nose mask, you know. All right. The former Dean of Education, not online, but here. Former Dean of Education, Professor Omoegun, retired. Please put your hands together for her, please. The Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy, Professor Adekoju Bello. Please put your hands together. Former DVC MS also here, Professor Duro Oni. Please put your hands together. Thank you. All right. Oh, yeah, the nose mask again. And she looks younger. Professor Ogunshola, former DVC DS, University of Lagos. Can we put our hands together, please? Thank you. At this juncture, distinguished guest, because of our time, I would like to invite one of our sponsors to please come forward for a few minutes, not more than 60 seconds or 2 minutes to be precise. Can I have MTN Nigeria? Please, a round of applause for our sponsor, MTN Nigeria. Please, can you come forward? Thank you for supporting this event. Please, can we get in touch with MTN Nigeria before I invite the representative of our honorable minister, please?
It is changed out.
Okay, it's coming already. All right, thank you. Sponsor MTN Nigeria for 2 minutes. And after that, I would take a goodwill message from the special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, who's here represented by Mr. Idris Mohammed. Where's our MTN official, please? In 30 seconds, if he's not here, we'll move to the next. Okay, thank you. Moving on. I'd like to invite the representative of the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Mr. Idris Mohammed, who's the Director, Economic Services in the Ministry. Can we put our hands together, please?
Good morning, the chairman of this occasion, Professor Pat Utomi, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe. In fact, let me align myself to my proof line, Professor Pat Utomi, that I'm not also so good in the long protocols so that you don't offend some other important dignitaries that are here to grace the occasion. So please, I want to align myself to already beautifully established protocol. As earlier introduced, I remain Alhaji Idris Mohammed, Director of Economic Services, here representing the Honorable Minister we often refer to as workaholic, who would have loved to be here even at the last minute. For your information, she was here in Lagos and wanted to do everything humanly possible to also belong to this event. And as human being, could not share herself into two, because as I speak with you, she's on her way back to Lagos, to Abuja, and has to draft me to represent her. If she had her way, she would have shared herself, one part going to Lagos and one part going to Abuja, and the remaining half coming to, that is the kind of minister we have. The Idris Mohammed standing before you happens to be a very proud feminist and a committed he for she. One of the men fighting behind the scene to ensuring that women's dues are given to them. Their voices heard, opportunities given, and give them a level playing ground to prove their worth and contribute, assist in contributing to the development of this country. And that is the fight some of us are doing behind the scene. And by special grace of God, in 2023, I want to see a woman coming on board to lead this country as the president, the president of this country, hopefully. Well, it is often said that a crime of a message, a messenger, I am a messenger, and the crime of a messenger is in the message. I mean the delivery of that message, and I wouldn't want to commit any. My honorable minister has just given me a goodwill message, and I have to read through the opening goodwill message just as given to me, so that I will not be punished while I find myself back in Abuja for having flouted the rule and read outside the contents of the message given to me. And a goodwill message goes thus. Goodwill message by the Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Talent, OFR, KSG, at a one-day International Colloquium on Open Distance Education and E-Learning 2021, held on the 16th September 2021 at Nuruddin Alao Auditorium, Distant Learning Institute, University of Lagos, Akoka, Lagos State. It is my pleasure to be invited to this auspicious event of International Colloquium on opening distance learning, open distance education and e-learning, with the theme recalibrating open distance and education and e-learning for inclusive and resilience education. Let me first and foremost thank and commend the organizers of this timely and laudable initiative with the overall aim to discuss irreversible changes that have come to higher education due to global development and COVID-19 pandemic, and providing solutions for recalibrating open distance learning and e-learning in order to adapt to overbearing conditions and disruptions. As we all know, sound education, as sacrosanct as it is, facilitates quality learning among people of any age, caste, creed, religion, and region. It is the process of achieving knowledge, values, skills, beliefs, and moral habits necessary for improving way of living as well as socio-economic life. It is against this backdrop that Federal Minister of Women Affairs is set up as a gender machinery of government to bring about speedy and healthy development of women, of Nigerian women, children, and other vulnerable groups in the society. The ministry creates enabling environment for mainstreaming of their rights and privileges into national development process. It also recognizes the realization of their protection, development, and participation towards living a meaningful life. Having recognized the indispensability of education to girl child as a bedrock to a healthy and prosperous future, which is in tandem with goals 4 and 5 of Sustainable Development Goals, the ministry is working assiduously in sensitizing stakeholders towards ensuring the provision of quality and affordable education to the girl child. Over the years, crises and other factors apart from COVID-19 pandemic have disrupted the education of Nigerian girl child, who are indeed the future generations of the country. Fully aware of the danger this trend poses to the national development, the ministry has embarked on the following. 1, ensuring the Girl Child Rights Act 2003 was passed in 26 states, and Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015 passed in 19 states. Organized and participated in rallies at federal and state levels to ensure that girls are kept in schools. The launching of national campaign by the Vice President to end girl child marriage in 2016. develop the strategic document in order to have zero child marriage in Nigeria by 2020 and reduce child marriage to 50% by the year 2021. In order to maintain the momentum on campaigns to end child marriage, the government of Nigeria, through the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, carry out awareness and sensitization activities to state so as to sensitize stakeholders on effects of early marriage and its attendant consequences on girl child education. Facilitate and ensure that His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, launched the campaign on ending violence against children, as well as intensify efforts in domestication of Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015, which provides maximum protection and effective remedies for victims and punishment to offenders. Ladies and gentlemen, it is true that the advent of COVID-19 pandemic has redefined the narrative and dynamics of learning process globally. Therefore, it is obvious that e-learning becomes necessary, whereby teaching is undertaken through digital platforms. Sadly, to mention that this paradigm shift has thrown up myriads of challenges in the global education sector. And if not effectively addressed, will cause millions of Nigerian children, especially those from poor family backgrounds, to be denied of their right to enjoy quality education. It is my expectation that this colloquium will be a great platform to extensively discuss challenges and provide solutions for national discourse and policy formulation. To this end, I want to thank you all for listening and wish you successful deliberations. Thank you and God bless.
Please, another applause for Honorable Minister of Women Affairs. Thank you. May I invite Dr. Adenike Oladipo for the citation of the keynote speaker. Dr. Adenike Oladipo. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocols for this colloquium as I read the citation of Dr. Neil Fasina, our keynote speaker for this event. Dr. Neil Fasina holds a PhD in management from the Rodman School of Management at the University of Toronto, a BSc in psychology from the University of Calgary, and is a chartered professional in human resources. He was president of Athabasca University, AU, Canada's online university since 2016. Neil oversaw the university's first-year strategic plan to transform AU into a world-leading digital-first university. Prior to Athabasca University, Neil held several leadership roles at the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, including provost and vice president academic, as well as dean of J.R. Shaw School of Business and the School of Culinary Arts. Neil is past chair of Council of Post-Secondary President of Alberta and is president of the International Council of Distance Education. Dr. Neil Fasina became president of Okanagan College on 1st April 2021. He is a strong advocate for accessible, flexible, lifelong learning to enable adult learners to improve their lives and communities. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present to you our keynote speaker for today's International Colloquium, Dr. Neil Fasina. Thank you very much.
Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Neil Fasina, and I have the honor of serving as the president of Okanagan College, as well as the president and the chair. Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Neil Fasina, and I have the honor of serving as the president of Okanagan College, as well as the president and the chair of the board of directors for the International Council for Open and Distance Education. Today, I am speaking to you from Kelowna, which is located in British Columbia, Canada, and on the traditional and unceded territory of the Sioux Okanagan people. While I so wanted to be able to join you in person, alas, our current travel restrictions are making it incredibly difficult to do so. So in the spirit of e-learning, I'm here through a digital mechanism. And it is my pleasure to be with you today to have the opportunity to speak about recalibrating open, distance, and e-learning for a resilient and inclusive education. Now, as so many of you are experts, much of what I'm going to have to say today, you may already know. But with some luck, I can validate some of your ideas, and with some true luck, I might be able to spark some new ones. For those of you that are new to the open, distance, flexible, and e-learning space, hopefully I'll be able to share some information and knowledge with you that will help you on your progression into this incredibly rich, incredibly exciting, and incredibly important element of the global education landscape. So when we talk about recalibrating, perhaps the best place for me to start is actually in our past. As so many of us know, the idea of distance education is not new. Really, it's been around for decades and decades and decades, pretty much since the introduction of mail systems. So it's not the creation of distance education that leads to that resilience and inclusiveness, but rather what we do with it. And as we fast forward from the introduction of distance into, say, the 50s through about the 70s, we watched the global higher education system dedicate huge resources towards creating open environments in an education space, as well as distance education environments. Now, on the open side, we saw a focus first on the concept of open access, so that we were creating opportunities for people that may not otherwise have the ability to participate in higher education. And on the distance learning side, we watched the introduction of large-scale distance education environments to really address the influx of people that were seeking education in a post-World War II era. Now, together, these elements are the true foundations of the current open, flexible distance and e-learning movement that we know today. Now, nevertheless, many will remember that the word open has come to encapsulate so much more than it did at the time of its introduction. And that's an incredibly important part as we look to the future. Similarly, many are going to know that in the mid-90s, with the advent of the internet, there were a number of institutions that really embraced this idea of e-learning and focused primarily on creating online learning experiences for students as a different way of meeting the distance education needs of society. In the years that have come since, we've watched just an explosion of new technologies, an explosion of adoption, and really, again, that forms the basis for us to even question the idea of recalibration to be able to look to a positive future. But let's look again just a little bit less in our past, into the 2000s. As we entered the 2000s, we saw the open, flexible, distance, and e-learning movement making great strides. And at the time, not really without challenges. Because while the open, flexible, and distance learning space was being adopted in certain parts of the world so that those jurisdictions could create reach or access at a scale that had been unaccomplishable before, the same open, flexible, distance, and e-learning space was under great scrutiny in other parts of the world. Really, it hadn't quite reached a tipping point yet. And remember at the time that many institutions were kind of stuck using rudimentary technology that ranged everything from pen on paper solutions through to basic electronically mediated technologies. Because the digital learning management systems that we know today, or the integrated learning management systems that we know today, were really just being introduced and refined at the time. So as a result, the curricular designers and architects and subject matter experts in the distance space were somewhat limited by these technologies, not by their imagination. We just needed the technology to catch up, and that, rest assured, it certainly does. Nevertheless, throughout the 2000s, this group of individuals and proponents for open, flexible distance and e-learning, again, made some awesome and incredible strides. And if we jump to the 2010s, again, we're watching also some awesome, great strides, this time with slightly different challenges. So the challenges during the 2010s were often driven by this false quality criticism. That is, there was this widespread belief that electronic learning environments or digital learning environments simply didn't provide the same quality as a face-to-face or in-person experience. Now, we know that through data that this assumption is false, provided that we design that digital or e-learning experience in a purposeful way. We know that that quality is there. Nevertheless, this quality criticism managed to persist throughout the face-to-face education world during the 2010s. Nevertheless, at the same time, we saw the emergence of new technologies being introduced, like cloud computing, that made distance and e-learning environments not only more robust, but even more accessible and even more affordable. And despite these cool technologies emerging, really what it did is it presented our community with new challenges. For instance, what did it mean to truly meet demand? By one estimate, we were looking at numbers as high as 167 million new people entering higher education before the year 2030. Now, as the distance education community looked at that number, the thought was, well, man, we can't possibly build face-to-face and in-person physical classrooms fast enough to meet that kind of a demand. So how do we bring technologies to bear in order to create spaces that are truly scalable and truly can meet that demand? Nevertheless, what that did is it triggered yet another challenge and started to ask the questions around what it meant for digital accessibility, what it meant for who had the technology, who had the bandwidth to access and succeed in these new data-rich environments. It was almost like, in this case, the technology now got ahead of the problem. And we needed to be able to solve the problem to be able to bring that technology to bear. So while in the 2000s, we were waiting for technology to catch up, in the 2010s, we were often waiting for the systems and on our mechanisms and our design to catch up. Nevertheless, regardless, the same group of people that was pushing and persisting through the 2000s continued to persist in the 2010s to create even better strides, to create an environment that we can actually talk about recalibration today. But perhaps the largest breakpoint that we all were part of hit in 2020, and everyone knows what happens. The global education system was thrust into a world they simply had not considered. What would happen if no one could attend school in person? Almost overnight, millions of learners were displaced from their learning experience, simply because of the lack of resiliency in our global education system. So at the risk of losing an entire generation globally, really distance and e-learning became the only immediately available viable option. The challenge, the new challenge that we're being faced with then, is how do you get everyone online or into an e or distance learning experience in just a couple of days? When any good digital or distance educator will tell you that it takes months to create a good digital course. The outcome was a quick fix version of distance and e-learning. Really not distance or e-learning at all, but rather an emergency remote learning or a digitally mediated classroom. What it meant is that people were putting a piece of technology between the instructor and the student, but persisting with the same design as a face-to-face classroom. Not out of anyone's fault of their own, but simply time did not allow for the application and adoption of true distance or true e-learning technologies. So to be clear, what most institutions moved to in 2020 is not distance education, and nor is it true e-learning. It was simply an emergency version of remote learning or technology-mediated classrooms. So not surprisingly, at the time we witnessed an immediate backlash based on quality arguments. People were remarking that while this online thing would help get us through to the other side of the pandemic, it would never replace face-to-face or in-person instruction. And it turns out they're right, not because e-learning or distance education can't meet the needs of learners, but because what we were doing was not true distance or e-learning. Rather, we were trying to mix different design mechanisms to be able to meet an immediate problem. The argument at the time was often based on the hope that this pandemic would be over in a couple of weeks, or at worst, a couple of months. And that way we could get, quote unquote, back to normal. We could get back to that in-person experience. But as we all know, normal never arrived in a few weeks, nor did it arrive in a few months. So what that forced institutions to think about is how do they recognize and support the needs of their instructors and professors to create quality e-learning and distance learning experiences. And it turns out that as those different changes were happening and as investments were being made, the quality was being amplified. And not only did the students appreciate it, but so too did many of the instructors and professors that were engaged. So now what? We're in a world where distance and e-learning is widely accepted. Well, frankly, more so now than it ever has been before. We know that if we purposefully design, architect, and produce distance and e-learning environments in a purposeful way, they are of the utmost quality and the utmost engagement. They're fantastic. And we know that there is so much more opportunity to be discovered in a distance and e-learning environment. Yet at the same time, we're seeing jurisdictions around the world drive back to a face-to-face or in-person learning experience. And frankly, at this point in our history, we need to stop asking the question of whether or not it's face-to-face or digital or e-learning. Rather, it needs to be a question of how do we maximize face-to-face and e-learning and distance learning. But to truly recognize the potential that is created through distance and e-learning with that context in mind, we need to be able to recalibrate the way we think about it and what the future might actually look like. So to take us down that journey, let me start with another question. Why is it that distance education, and in particular, digitally enabled distance education, is so important? Take, for instance, the premise that human potential is equally distributed around the world. The challenge we face is that the opportunity to seize that human potential through education is not evenly distributed around the world. Even more so, we're seeing technology innovations disrupting jobs, organizations, and industries all over the planet. Individuals are needing to learn new things faster, and this includes technical skills as well as transferable knowledge, skills, and abilities. And really, beyond the open, distance, and digitally enabled learning environments, access to, or student access to, and success in higher learning is limited to an incredibly select few. In some cases, it's limited to those that did well in secondary school. In other cases, it's limited to those that don't have employment responsibilities that they would have to give up in order to attend school. In some cases, it's limited to those that don't have caregiving responsibilities for either our youth or our elders. For some, it's limited to those that live close by an institution because they need to travel to the institution to be able to learn. Unfortunately and regrettably, in so many mechanisms, it's because the student does not have the financial means necessary to pay for that education. And even if they could, perhaps their learning style is not best suited to an in-place or a synchronous learning environment. And again, regrettably, one of the highest or largest limitations to in-person learning is the number of seats that are in a classroom. The digital space allows us to dismantle so many of these barriers that are sitting in front of us. So as you're going to hear a little later today about inclusive education, think about the role of digital in unlocking the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 4, not only in some time in the future, but within our generation. We literally have it in our grasp to be able to create a truly democratized education environment in which anyone, anywhere who is ready, willing, and able to learn can learn. More importantly, they can learn on their own terms. We're facing down the opportunity of a world in which the learning environment embraces the diversity of perspective, knowledge, and ways of knowing in a way that empowers individuals, in a way that is meaningful to them and their community. And we can create a higher education landscape in which the best institutions are known for their quality and inclusiveness, rather than their scarcity and exclusivity. As well, you're going to hear today about resiliency. Think about the opportunities that are created in the digital world that will allow us and enable us to make it through not only this pandemic, but the next one. Frankly, education should never have to stop because a classroom cannot be used. You're going to hear about youth engagement. Think about the opportunities that are created through digital and e-learning experiences for people to effectively learn throughout their entire life, from childhood to their senior years. And think about the idea of sharing resources that you'll also hear about later today. Enablements through digital and e-learning technologies allow us to share those resources, not locally, not regionally, but globally. We've got an opportunity to have a global impact from a local place. To get there, however, we need to think bigger than we already are. We need to recalibrate our own thinking towards the art of the imagination and not the art of the possible. Take, for example, what does it mean to be truly learner-centric? We need to be able to recognize that the impact of higher education on the social and economic equality of individuals, regardless of where they are, regardless of where they come from, and regardless of where they want to be. We need to be able to move from selection to inclusion so that everyone has an opportunity. We need to be able to systematically dismantle the intentional or unintentional barriers that stand between learners and their education, and regardless of what segment of the population they come from. So to be truly, truly learner-centric, we need to be able to create universal equal access based on the premise that if an individual can learn, they should have an equal opportunity to learn, regardless of where they come from. Now, this is something that's fairly easy to say, incredibly difficult to create, because we can't just simply sit back and wish it to be true. It requires a fundamental disruption in the way that we organize our institution. It requires a fundamental change in the way we conceptualize the relationship between our institutions and the students. And it requires incredibly progressive policy by our government partners. And to get there, we need to think even bigger than we already are. We need to think about what might be possible based on what we already have. Take, for instance, right now, the immediate future of learning is already here. It started with the global pandemic and has really started to evolve. We've already got the idea or the technologies available to be able to create an infinite classroom, one that has no seats, one that has no limit on the number of people who can attend, regardless of where they are in the world. But let's take that even further. Let's take it into a world that really meets the needs of the learners where they are today. Take, for example, the idea of education on demand. The idea that education can be accessible anywhere, anytime, based on the premise that education needs to be able to fit around people's lives, not the other way around. We see this in other parts of consumerism, where people are being able to get services or products or ideas, frankly, on demand. And if in education we believe that we are immune to this trend, I think we're being a little foolish. So this means that we need to be able to step away from many of our assumptions about how learning is structured, often based on this concept of time as compared to based on the concept of demand. We also need to be able to recognize that learning is becoming much more personalized and self-curated by the individual learner. As information has become more available around the planet, we know that people are initiating their own learning journeys. And we know in many cases, they want to choose their own path. What that really means is that the student becomes the owner, their own owner of their personal learning journey, not necessarily the institution. And in that context, we need to be able to show up and help the individual bridge the gap between their current knowledge and their current knowledge and their desired knowledge state. Now, this means that we need to get creative because we need to be able to assess where an individual is in their personal learning journey, be able to assess their capacity, their capability, and their readiness, be able to enable them to continuously define and adapt their own personal learning goals, and be able to support them in self-curating a personalized learning journey. All of this on scale, all of this to millions of people. Now, again, this will necessitate a fundamental shift in the way we operationalize our institutions and reconceptualize the relationship that we have between an institution and a learner and what our role in that relationship might be. Think even further about this idea of changing the amount of information someone has to process at any given time and creating learning in what is a manageable chunk for the individual. We need to be able to recognize that not everyone learns at the same pace and that they might need to learn at different rates based on where they are in their own life journey. We need to be able to dismantle the artificial barrier between learning and life. We need to be able to create community integrated learning opportunities where the learner needs them, in the size and the form that best suits them, and in the order that they need them, as well as recognize and assess whether both formal and informal learning opportunities are moving that learner closer to their own personal learning goals. Again, when we're trying to look at this on scale, that requires a fundamental change in the way we operationalize our institutions and reconceptualize the relationship between the institution and the student. Another piece that's on our horizon is the idea and the true embracing of the idea of lifelong and life-wide learning. The question is it relevant to the learner's individual context there and then throughout their entire life? We know that learners seek opportunities for knowledge and skills in order to improve themselves or their communities' social, economic, and cultural fabric. So for some, the credential is a natural progression and a natural endpoint for them. But for others, that credential might actually just be an artifact of their learning experience. But what we need to be able to do is we need to be able to become a lifetime partner. But to do that, we need to be able to create a recognition system that can accommodate individualized learning needs throughout various stages of their life and enable them to be critical consumers, social exchangers, and frankly, active contributors to the knowledge base that we're trying to share with them. Again, fundamental changes to the way we look at the education system and our relationship with the student. Now, beyond getting to the digital, however, we also need to think about the future to the art of the possible in learning. So take, for instance, an example. Today, we know that technology exists to be able to create a digitally enabled hands-on learning experience. With the roles of augmented reality and machine learning, we are now able to create digital simulations that virtualize a work-integrated learning experience. That is, we have got the technology where it's no longer a question about life or learning. It's a question about life and learning being brought together. That technology exists today. But imagine a future technology, imagine a future learning experience where learning is ubiquitous. It is all around us, it surrounds us. We're able to interact with technologies regardless of where we find ourselves, in life. In essence, what we've done is we've created a seamless infinite classroom, because that classroom that can accommodate us all is now throughout our entire environment. And when our learning opportunities are completely surrounding us, we are never starved for information. We're always able to create a space in which we're able to further develop ourselves so that we can create a better environment for us and our communities. But imagine when learning is ubiquitous, you might be able to learn on the way to work, learn at work, about work, learning at home with your family or with your community group. Imagine being able to do that throughout your entire life. That is that concept of learning in a ubiquitous world. Are we there yet? No. But do we need to be able to think in that level? Absolutely we do, because if we're not thinking about what is 10 years from now, what is 20 years from now, then we're not stressing our own systems enough to understand how to get there. We don't want to become sort of a victim of our successes today. Now, although the future of learning, we know in part is already here, and we know that some thinking is going to have to be involved to really stretch our environment further. But we need to admit that not everyone is ready, and not all learners are ready, and not all institutions are ready. So how do we get us into that place where we do have a tipping point, where we do take the momentum that is in our world today around the acceptance of digital learning environments and make them proverbially mainstream, make them that true alternative in a learning environment. First, we absolutely need to tackle that quality argument. We need to get past that pervasive assumption that a digitally enabled learning environment has lower quality and interactivity than a face-to-face learning environment. Because we know that when we create it properly, design it properly, and produce it properly, this assumption is just not supported by data. And we need to recognize, and perhaps it's recognizing and working with colleagues to recognize that true digitally enabled learning environments don't try to replicate face-to-face. They're not there as an or, they're there as an and. That is, instead, they try to create the ultimate digital learning experience. It's kind of like comparing live theater to a 3D animated feature film, or comparing Facebook to a Wednesday night book club. If we're going to watch an orchestra, we are expecting a certain form of entertainment that is built on a certain model. When we go to a 3D animated feature, we are again expecting a certain type of entertainment built on a very, very different model than the orchestra. The same might be said about face-to-face and digital learning experiences. When we go to a face-to-face learning experience, we are expecting a learning environment that is based on a specific pedagogical model, a specific design model. Similarly, when we go into a digital world, we're not expecting just a digital version of that. We're expecting a digitally enabled environment. It would kind of like it would be like showing up to that live concert, only to have someone drop a screen down and all the musicians are coming in via Zoom or Microsoft Teams or some other mediated technology. If we showed up to a concert and that was our experience, we'd be disappointed. Kind of like if we showed up to a face-to-face classroom and only saw a screen, we'd be disappointed. Nevertheless, if we saw a 3D animated feature and it was being put on live, chances are we'd be disappointed too, right? We need to recognize that there is different processes that go to creating a true enabled e-learning or distance environment. And there are processes that go to creating a true experience in the face-to-face world. So beyond getting past those incorrect assumptions and embracing both face-to-face and e-learning, we also need to recognize that institutions are going to have a bit of a leadership role to play here. And perhaps part of that leadership role is about creating a groundswell, because we know that those institutions that are going to be able to embrace the digital world, be embracing the technologies, are going to be able to have a true local, regional, and global reach. Because for the first time, they're going to be able to create universal accessibility from anywhere in the world, in a world that has woken up to the idea of digital learning and is embracing the idea of digital learning. So how do we get there? First off, I think it's clear. I've made it quite pointed that we need to rethink how we do things, because if we're looking to recalibrate the future of distance and e-learning, we cannot assume that the way we do it today is going to be the way we do it tomorrow. So we absolutely have to think about new systems, new approaches. But beyond that, it's going to take partnerships. We are not going to be able to do this alone. On our side as institutions, we've got to recognize that there is an immense role for face-to-face learning, just like there is an immense role for digital or e-learning. And there is also an immense role for a space that sits in between, or that high flex environment, where people are able to navigate between online and in-person learning seamlessly on their own terms. That is an incredible space for development that we haven't yet seen a lot in, because we've been focused on that face-to-face and that digital space. We also need to recognize that the governments are our partners and really truly work with them in order to create progressive policies that will enable us to reach a larger, wider, and more robust audience. We need to be able to work with our technology partners and recognize that the number of technologies that are available to us today greatly exceeds what we might be able to use at any given time. So how do we work with those technology partners to make sure that we're putting together the best suite of technologies that will enable our learning spaces to be the most effective they can? But that, again, takes partnership. We don't have the capability to be building all of these things on our own. And it's also going to take partnerships with other institutions. Like I said, this is not about face-to-face or digital and e-learning. It's about face-to-face and digital and e-learning. So we know that institutions are going to be incredibly good at the face-to-face world. We know that some are going to be incredibly good at the online distance and digital learning environment. And we know that some are going to be good in that high flex space that sits in between. In order to meet the altruistic needs, in order to be altruistic and meet the needs of the learners in society, we need to be able to find those partnerships so that the student is able to decide how to work their way through that path with our support. And really, that's where a community like ICDE plays in, because you're immersed in a group of individuals that are all thinking in the same direction, but all with very different skill sets and different talent bases to be able to make that possibility an actual reality. So in short, we need to recalibrate where we are. We need to recalibrate our thinking about what is possible. And we need to realize that we need to work together to bridge the gaps that we know are already there and that we know are coming. We together need to be bold, we need to be creative, we need to be innovative, but more than anything else, we need to be collaborative. So in closing, an immense thank you today for letting me have a little bit of your time. I have so enjoyed the opportunity to speak today, and I'm hoping that you've gained some information that you're going to find helpful, not only in your expertise, but perhaps in an area that is unrelated to the open, flexible distance and e-learning space, so that we can help others understand, again, the incredible importance of this robust and important part of the global education system. I'm so very happy to have been part of your day, happy to answer any questions and follow up with people as needed. If you want to get in touch with me, you can always email me. My email address is president@okanagan.bc.ca. So president@okanagan.bc.ca. With that, take care, everyone, and have a fantastic rest of your day.
Hello. The keynote speaker, Dr. Neil Fasina, thank you. President, International Council for Distance Education, ICDE. Once again, a round of applause for our keynote speaker, please. Moving on to the next, can I have MTN for 60 seconds, please? Your time starts now.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And please permit me to stand on existing protocols. Okay, my timer has already started. Okay, my name is Daniel, and I'm here to speak to you about the various offers MTN has for you today. Okay, so we have a tent just outside, and then very quickly we have a HiNet Flex. So why do you struggle with data when you can have all these things? You can move to the best and the fastest network in Nigeria. Okay, so we have the HiNet Flex. If you get a device, it connects up to 64 devices, and then it comes with 120 gigabyte data. Okay, and you get that for free. But then, of course, the HiNet Flex is not for free. All right, we have the MiFi. MiFi can connect up to 32 devices, and it comes with 30 gig data. Okay, we have a phone. It is the cheapest 4G VoLTE phone in Nigeria as of today. You get 20 gig data, and then for the next 6 months, you get 100% data bonus. You can get it for yourselves, get it for your loved ones, and all that. Okay, we also have for today, because of the partnership we have free SIMs available in case you need. Outside, we'll register for free. Once you get an MTN SIM, it is already preloaded. 1,000 naira airtime is on it, and then you get 700% bonus on it. And then the final thing I have for you today is a data offer that has been created specially for this event. So if you dial *131 and you try to buy any data today, for today, you get a 30% discount off it. So if you dial *131 *1#, you select any of the data options you have. So from 500 naira and above, there is a data code for it. I know I have exceeded, but let me just quickly call out the data code. Please, it's just for today. Instead of, before you pay, you'll see a place for a promo code. All right, so the code is EVT852175M. So let me take it again. E for elephant, VT852175M together. So you see a place for promo code. All right. So please, if you have any question whatsoever, whatever things you want to talk about, we are outside and we are here to serve you. Thank you so much for this opportunity and have a beautiful occasion.
Thank you, MTN Nigeria. Moving on to the next because of our time quickly, I want to invite the moderator, one of Nigeria's most recognizable faces, having anchored the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA's network news for over 17 years, a foremost broadcast journalist. She served the NTA in various capacities as head of NTA International News, head of presentation, head of creative writing, and head customer service, amongst other several roles, rising to the top of a profession as executive director, programs, before her retirement in 2017, after 34.5 years of meritorious service. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a multimedia strategist and media consultant, Mrs. Eugenia Abu, who's going to be 60 next year as well. It is a privilege to grace the same stage with this ace broadcaster. Please put your hands together, please. Fantastic. I can hear the VC. Because I want to live up to 60, I'm a journalist myself. I want to be better than Eugenia Abu. Please take a picture, please. Please look at the camera. Yes. Aha. Then you can take the mic from me now.
Lamar, well done. Great job. The chairman of the occasion, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, management, speakers, particularly our keynote speaker, the DLI director and her entire team who have put this elegant event together. I'm absolutely delighted to be here today as moderator of the panel session for this forward-looking international colloquium. It is a colloquium whose time has come. But I'd like to quickly give you a refresher of what our keynote all the way from Canada has said, Dr. Neil Fasina. He says it's important to recognize the need for collaboration, make the process meet the problem. Purposeful, designed distance e-learning, best technology for whichever environment you put it in, provide much more opportunity for more people, and it is not lower quality, maximize face-to-face and distance learning. Let me start this session by greeting all those who have joined us virtually. Indeed, this colloquium has arrived at the most appropriate time. Recalibrating open distance education and e-learning for resilient and inclusive education is a matter that should concern us all. In a nation of 200 million people, where 2 in every 3 applicants do not get admission, that is something for us to worry about. It's a matter of grave concern. And more importantly, we face a pandemic which has fiercely disrupted education and challenged us all to think out of the box. And I believe that e-learning is the way to go. The key words are recalibrating, resilience, and inclusion. Professor Uche Udani and her team have gathered together some of the finest minds in the world to come and address us today and to discuss the issues at hand. I'd like to remind us that there is nothing more beautiful than a Nigerian in flight, at rest and at work. Whatever you hear is really just a drop in the ocean. Nigeria is a collection of like 10 nations. And so when a couple of us go out and do the wrong things, they collect all of us under one umbrella and say we are the ones. Nigerians are, majority of us, hardworking people, adorable and dynamic people. A culture that is as diverse as her people, as robust as the best of the best,
Watch a Nigerian in full regalia at an airport anywhere in the world. You recognize them. The best food, the best brains, and truly the best dancers from any part of the world. The dance you will see today is a war dance, the Egu Odun Atilogu, which is a merger of the unique dances of the Igbo people of Ebonyi and Enugu states. Aesthetically pleasing, it's a war dance, and it is culturally relevant. Please welcome top-level dancers from the Creative Arts Department of University of Lagos.
Mike, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, when I said the dances of Nigeria are phenomenal, I didn't miss a beat. Indeed, they are phenomenal. We have seen the dance, mesmerizing, spectacular, endearing, energetic, the Egu Odun Atilogu dance of Eastern Nigeria. performed by the Creative Arts Department of the University of Lagos. A round of applause for them. I'd like to advise very sincerely that you do not try any of those at home. They are skilled, they are experienced, they've been practicing for a long time. Not just anyone can do it. I'd like us to give a phenomenal DLI, University of Lagos, population round of applause to Lamore, who held his own. Great job. Great job. The young shall grow. I am Eugenia Abu, multimedia strategy expert, broadcaster, and writer, and I shall be your guide in this session. I'd like to set the tone. The speakers have 15 minutes, but we will take it down a notch to 10 to allow us go back to them on some issues that they may have raised. We have listened to the keynote speaker. Indeed, he has provided us the carpet and the entry to the discussion for today. I shall be introducing the panelists one by one by giving them a very short, already they have quite a long, if you see, they are highly cerebral people. So in the program, you'll see, but I'll just pick and choose what I'd like to talk about. But I'll also like to say, the University of Lagos is very encompassing, accepting, and recognizing of talent. That's what the university is. We have known that for years. And to borrow Professor Pat Utomi's word, but to change it and tweak it just a little bit, I'm a graduate of the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. But I am a friend and an ambassador of the University of Lagos. It's time now to introduce our discussants, and I'd like to start with our first panel discussant. A forward-looking individual and an expert on open distance education, making Nigeria proud in as far-flung places as Australia and Hong Kong. Foundation Vice Chancellor of the National Open University of Nigeria, Vice President, African Region of the Institute, International Council of Education, former President, now Global Ambassador of African Council for Distance Education, Board Committee Member of JAMB on Internationalization, Pro-Chancellor, Littoral University of Porto Novo. Please help me welcome the very cerebral Emeritus Professor, National Open University of Nigeria, Professor Olugbemiro Jagade. Please come up. Our second panel discussant will be joining us virtually from South Africa. He's a professor of philosophy of education and African philosophy at the University of South Africa, holder of the endowed UNESCO chair on open distance learning with over 100 publications. We do have an intellectual of international repute, an authority on open distance learning, and also on partnership and marketing in the higher education industry. The respected Professor Moketsi Leseka. He will be joining us virtually. Our third panel discussant is a professor of adult education. Her areas of emphasis are program evaluation, aging issues, and language study. She has experience in inclusivity and learning and has been actively involved in the National Conference on Inclusivity, Diversity in University Education in Nigeria, organized by the University of Lagos. She's a member of several national and international professional associations across the world. Please help me welcome the much sought after Professor Yemisi Obashoro John. Professor Yemisi and I have worked together. She's very thorough and understands her field like the back of her hand. We're really very pleased to have her join us today on this panel of some of the finest eggheads in the country and also across the world. Our fourth panel discussant is an advisor to the British government on developing internationalization of education and also providing intervention on policies under the National Student Forum. He's an education consultant for the British Council. He specializes in cross-border education and innovations in research. He's an expert in navigating, developing, and managing relationships between the academia, government, and industry. He has worked extremely hard in the last 10 years in organizing over 50 Africa-focused international workshops and conferences, liaising with critical stakeholders. He is the Africa Strategic Advisor to Lancaster University in the UK. Help me welcome the very engaging Dr. Odom. Our fifth panel discussant is indeed a man who today you will see through the prism of the Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission. He will be speaking through a man who is a scientist, an engineer, an IT practitioner, educationist, administrator, and a quality assurance practitioner, duly registered with the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN, and Computer Professional Registration Council of Nigeria. Engineer Kayode Odedino has attained IC3 Digital Literacy Certification. He has won academic laurels for professional and social issues, and he has also been a recipient of the Commonwealth Scholarship Commission's Professional Fellowship Award in e-education. A man of many parts, but more importantly, an ICT guru. Please welcome the Director, Open Distance Education, National Universities Commission, Engineer Kayode Odedino. Our discussants will be speaking on different branches of the theme that we have today. And I'd like you to look through your programs to see, but I will reel through them very quickly. Our first discussant, Professor Olugbemiro Jegede, will be speaking about emerging landscapes for open distance and e-learning. Our second panel discussant will be speaking about social justice systems and accessing resilient and inclusive education through open distance and e-learning. That will be Professor Moketsi Leteka. Our third discussant, Professor Yemisi Obashoro John, will be talking about inclusive education in open distance and e-learning. And our fourth panel, Dr. Akanimo Odon, will be talking about youth engagement, understanding career growth and resilience in the new era. While our fifth panel discussant, Engineer Kayode Odedino, will be talking about government response to resilient and inclusive education through open distance and e-learning. I'd like our virtual participants to know that we see them. We will be taking 1 or 2 questions from them at the Q&A session. We also know that we have students from the University of Lagos who are here present. If you're a student, be upstanding, please. If you're a student in this room, be upstanding. Let's salute them for paying attention. Welcome. Please be seated. Let me remind you that we have set the tone already. 10 minutes per speaker, per discussant, after which we shall go back to them for some issues of concern, and then we'll throw question and answers to the House. Let's start with our first discussant, the very respected Professor Olugbemiro Jegede, talking about emerging landscape for open distance and e-learning. Help him reach the podium, please. Thank you very much.
can use this. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Pat Utomi, the Vice Chancellor, the principal officers of the university, management, Senate, the director of Distance Learning Institute, fellow speakers, and of course, the very versatile, energetic moderator, Eugenia Abu. I'm not too sure what I'm to say again. I don't even think I should say anything. We have all seen the dances. We've all sat down to listen. We had people connecting virtually at a distance. So that's distance education. So let's go home. We're finished. But I don't want to disappoint Uche Udane. Now that I want to embarrass the moderator. So let me just say a few things, and then I pass the baton to the others. Instead of talking about emerging landscape, I just retitled it and called it the pathway. So it's the same thing about it. Yep. Let me commend the great foresight of Distance Learning Institute, Unilag, and especially Professor Uche Udane, the director for this wonderful colloquium. It's a global but continental-based colloquium that is the first in Africa to comprehensively address emerging issues in ODL at this time. And I'm so proud that it's coming from Unilag, one of the first that started distance learning in this country. I apologize that I'm not a student of Unilag. I was actually admitted, Mr. Vice Chancellor, 1972 to read industrial psychology at Unilag. But of course, ABU snatched me. So like the coordinator, I'm an alumnus of ABU. I also want to congratulate DLI for the array of high-level speakers and officials that we have. It's quite legendary and impressive. Let's unpack the terms. We've talked about to recalibrate. That is to amend, to refashion, to modify, and in our case, to change ODL through other things to e-learning or whatever you might call it. The resilience is talking about our ability to withstand adversity and bounce back from difficult life events. Inclusiveness or inclusivity is the practice or policy of providing equal access to opportunities and resources and getting rid of discrimination and intolerance. I'm going to deal with this one as I move on. You must have heard, or you keep hearing, old normal, new normal. What does that mean? So what is normal? What is abnormal? As a matter of fact, normality is a function of life. And the only normal thing that we have is change or transformation. So normal or normality is a continuum. So don't ever kid yourself and say this is old and new or whatever. It is the current normal that we are talking about. The mode of educating people has been changing. It continues to evolve. And the world has since 1728 changed from face-to-face, that is normal then, to e-learning, which is normal now. And so the future has actually come. And DLI Unilag is introducing us to that future. Let's start the story. In the beginning, what happened? How did distance education come about? You can read it. 1728 by Carl F. Phillips, 1843 by Isaac Pittman, 1873 by Anna Tickner. This method, the ODL, has revolutionized teaching and learning. So the road to e-learning is from correspondence, through distance learning, through open distance and technology enhanced learning, now to digital or virtual or e-learning. Distance learning was first used in higher education, actually, in 1892. at the University of Wisconsin, the University of London, the University of Australia in Brisbane. What do we mean by resilience in education? And I'm going to be very fast about it. All these characteristics, all these factors represent the resilience in education, in distance education. And the guiding principles are flexibility, security, and participation by everybody. There are so many trends that have come up, but one I want you to note, and the keynote speaker mentioned that what most people in the world are doing is not actually distance learning. It's not e-learning. They are doing remote learning or remote teaching. They don't mean anything. Remote teaching is just somebody here, you carry your notebook, put it on the computer, and you are teaching. You must look at the pedagogical principles. You must look at the foundation, the psychological. And unfortunately, even in this country, there's a lack of understanding of the concept of online, open, and flexible education. Most people just think you gather students somewhere, they join by Zoom or whatever, and you start teaching. That is not distance education. And we need to relearn. But I'm glad that, as the Vice Chancellor has said, DLI or Unilag is training our teachers in how to use distance learning. Two mega factors propelled the emergence of communications technologies, as have been mentioned, the transformative power of technologies and the global pandemic. Of course, the pandemic, started 2019, and the pandemic accelerated ODL and the use of modern technologies. It did not bring it. It accelerated it beyond what it's supposed to be. This is the technology in e-learning. This is the mind map of e-learning, and because you get the paper, I don't need to waste our time. The use of technology has progressed from print to web, and COVID has disrupted education or business or any other thing you can think about. And at the moment, more than 2 million students and youth across the world have been affected, many not going to school. What do we recalibrate? The emerging power we have, the social media, Facebook or whatever you call it, is constituting what we call the 7th generation of models of e-technology that we must use. And so, to move on to e-learning, we must change from looking at the quality of students admitted to students' engagement and satisfaction. If you ask me, you don't need examinations at all. I hope my friends in JAMB aren't here, although they make me work for them. These days, you don't need any examination at all. You need people to demonstrate what they have in their head, what they can do with their hands. Unfortunately, we are wasting our time doing examination. We don't need it. I said it in Singapore 7 years ago that we are going to stop examination in the world, and Singapore stopped it 2 years ago in the primary and secondary. They're going to move it to the university. I can also tell you one more. Very soon, mobile phones will be used for everything, including education. You don't need your computer, you don't need anything, just mobile phones. And that's what is happening. In Nigeria, it is recorded that about 175 million people have got mobile phones. So that's what we need to do. The recalibration will put e-learning at the center. And that's what I want you to understand. For those of us pretending or masquerading that we are teaching open and distance learning, no. You must use all this. Pedagogical, technological, institutional, ethical, management, evaluation, interface design, resource, and distance, and your design, instructional design. If you don't do all this, you are not in distance learning. The second is that you need to use an approach for online learning, for e-learning. It is called Webagogy. Webagogy was actually propounded 1998, thereabout. And this is what I hope you will go back and look at. You must look at the instructional design. You must look at social constructivism. You must look at the epistemology, the pedagogical strategies of e-learning. This is what is the in thing. This is what you use in designing your courses for open and distance learning. Let me move on to finish. What is inclusiveness? Our current normal, 21st century world, 21st century learners, 21st century teachers, 21st century learning ecology. The current normal in ODL, teaching and learning, has arrived. I want to spoil your day today. What we have to have is that education will now be fully online. Although I know that in Nigeria, and of course, my boss in NUC will tell you that we are talking about blended learning. I can tell you, my third prediction is that in 2-3 years' time, everything will have to be online. And the difference is no more face-to-face or distance learning. It is the skills you have acquired and your employability. So the next normal will have to deal with sustainable future. The current normal face-to-face and virtual and teaching are fast disappearing. They will merge. Nobody's going to ask you whether you did it face-to-face or through distance learning. They will be asking you, what skills did you acquire? How innovative are you? How creative are you? Teaching and learning will be fully online. Any nation, please, including Nigeria, I will say it quietly. Any nation or educational system that neglects the transformation will be left for dead. Of course, we're on sustainability. The SDG goal number 4 talks about sustainability, and I don't need to waste that time. Look at the weapons of inclusivity. There are 7.8 billion people in the world. 8 billion already have mobile connections. The internet users are 4.6. The active social users are 4.2. So we are gradually moving to using the mobile phone as the source of instructing, teaching, and learning. And it's going to happen. So the challenges, we have to keep our focus on the objectives of teaching. We have to use technology the best way. The emphasis is the message, not the medium. We have to meet the need of professionals, and socioeconomic circumstances must be done. And finally, by 2025, our 60% of learners will study through DL. And by 2050, 75% of those studying by DL will be between 18 and 25. And learners will increasingly take control of their learning situation. In conclusion, when you are transforming, when you are recalibrating, you are transforming. And what kind of transformation should we aim at to effectively use technologies and teaching and learning? Transformation of self, transformation of our practice, transformation of our society, and transformation of the environment. We talk about customer service in this country, although we are very short of it. We don't do it that much. But in the educational system, how well are we serving our clientele? How well are we serving the learners? I'm glad the students stood up. If you ask them how well we are serving them, if they are respectful to the Vice Chancellor and the DLI person, they will say probably 45%. But if they are being truthful, they will tell you it's only 10%. What's our customer value proposition? In our higher education, we confuse our model with our mission. Our model of education learners is under threat. So, for the next normal, what we need to do, please listen to this. This is the most important slide. What we need to do to recalibrate for resilience, for inclusivity, is to create opportunities for all to discover and develop their potentials without any hindrance or obstacle whatsoever, and to use them to make a difference in the world. We must recalibrate a resilient and inclusive open distance and e-learning for a simple, straightforward answer, that is creating an ODEL ecosystem. The movement from targeted population, restricted population, to open education, meaning you have open access, open learning, and open scholarship. The ODL ecosystem also means you make free and open source technologies available to teachers and students. Open educational resources and open access digital tools must be supported. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Indeed, Professor Jegede has been all over the world, heading open learning and distance education in Hong Kong, where at some point in my life, I was privileged to visit and live on a small island where we use buggies to drive around. So he has been everywhere with his mission and his vision, his knowledge, and he has deployed them in a very short time today. Professor Jegede has basically said we should revolutionize education in a way that would ensure that, and this is pretty much been quite disruptive, no examinations. He has also said the younger demographic in 2050 will no longer be needing to come into a building. He has also asked us to take a look at convergence and the weapons of inclusivity. Transformation, he has said, and one of it is transformation of self. And some of our online comments have begun to come in, and one of them did say that we should transform our thinking. So basically, everything Professor Jegede has said, apart from the technical ones that we need to listen to him for, Webagogy, and all those high-level terms that educationists use to help us to understand where we're going, are basically things that people are already talking about, young people are already talking about. And a lot of them have asked, and this is for Professor Uche, that they hope that this is being recorded because this is very rich content. They have also said they're very pleased with Dr. Fasina's keynote, and they're looking forward to receiving it on their mail. They have described the entire symposium as bold, creative, and collaborative. Indeed, it has been so bold, creative, and collaborative is what Professor Jegede's intervention has been. Let's give him another round of applause. I know that Professor Moketsi Leseka will join us at some point. I'm not sure we have him yet, and media will inform me. He's there right now? Wow. Professor Moketsi Leseka is going to be speaking to us on social justice systems and accessing resilient and inclusive education through open distance and e-learning. Let's give Professor Leseka a warm University of Lagos welcome.
Hello, good morning. If it's morning in Lagos, here in South Africa it's afternoon. I'm Moketsi Leseka. I'm Professor of Philosophy of Education, holder of the endowed UNESCO Chair on Open Distance Learning at UNISA. And my presentation for this particular panel is titled Social Justice Systems and Accessing Resilient and Inclusive Education through Open Distance and e-learning. I want to start by declaring that as holder of the UNESCO Chair, I'll be sharing a lot of work that emanates from UNESCO that speaks to the theme of the panel, that also speaks to the COVID-19 pandemic and how we are navigating our way out of this. In March last year, when COVID broke out, the Director General of UNESCO, Ms. Ozule, launched the UNESCO Global Education Consortium. And on the occasion of that launch, she announced or reported that as a result of the outbreak of COVID-19, over 1.6 billion learners in more than 190 countries worldwide were affected by school closures due to COVID-19. And that announcement basically threw into us all educators a challenge. How do we continue with the process of education when we no longer have access to schools, when we never have access to classes, to laboratories, to libraries, because one of the conditions of COVID-19 is social distancing. And I think the clarion call at the time was stay at home. And Ms. Ozele was actually saying that this huge number is a number that now faces educators. And we need to find ways of ensuring that the education project continues despite the circumstances brought to us by the outbreak of the pandemic. Earlier this year in 2021, again, UNESCO noted that more than 800 million learners are still affected by the full or partial closure of schools. This is the challenge. And in line with the theme of this panel, how do we find resilient ways of delivering education through online and distance teaching? These statistics really look us in the face and they say to us, what are we doing? This month was also the UNESCO's International Literacy Day, also within the context of COVID-19. As a holder of the endowed UNESCO chair, I was called upon to speak nationally on television and radio, and I was invited into a range of functions that celebrated that. These are the key points that I need to share with the panelists to say, these are the things that out of those presentations, I can pick up three major trends that I highlighted in my talks. One is that the Literacy Day through UNESCO requires us to create an opportunity to reimagine future literacy teaching and learning within and beyond the context of the global COVID-19 pandemic. It requires us to focus on the interplay of literacy and digital skills required by non-literate youth and adults. And it requires us, furthermore, to make technology-enabled literacy learning inclusive and meaningful to all. This year, I invited Professor Som Naidu, who is the former Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of South Pacific in Fiji. Prof. Naidu and I have a very wonderful collaborative relationship, and we share a lot of things, part of scholarship. And he spoke at the UNESCO Chair on Open Distance Learning's research seminars. He spoke of building resilience in ODEL post-COVID-19. And he argued that resilience is a complex process which requires, along with subject matter knowledge, a deep understanding of learners, learning, and their motivations. But he also argued further that the resilience of modern day universities has never been tested as thoroughly as it has by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. And he put forth a thesis that for a future-focused education, there is need for a rethink and calibration of educational as well as institutional choreographies. And this is, I think, consistent with the theme of today's seminar. What does this mean, basically? We are now living in the dawn of the COVID-19 pandemic, and whether we are in schools or whether we are in our own homes, the COVID-19 requires us to plug into the benefits of the fourth industrial revolution and navigate our ways around how well we deliver on the education project. The fourth industrial revolution is a move from the many revolutions that took place before. We move from the steam revolution to the assembly line, which is popularized by Ford, and the building up of cars, to the outburst of computer era. But now we have moved further. We have moved into an era of global connectivity, which is marked by ubiquitous Wi-Fi and the need to reach out to everybody else through digital facilities. And this is what the fourth industrial revolution is all about. Klaus Schwab, who is the founder of the World Economic Forum, has written this powerful book just titled The Fourth Industrial Revolution. And in it, he says, it is almost inevitable that the fourth industrial revolution will have a major impact on labor markets and workplaces around the world. It will demand and place more emphasis on the ability of workers to adapt continuously and learn new skills and approaches within a variety of contexts. What this means is that we as educators, we are called upon to think of multiple ways of developing approaches to learning, of interfering, interfacing, of mediating, basically of utilizing and being at home with digital facilities so that we can then deliver on the education process. And the World Economic Forum argued then that an estimated 65% of children entering primary schools today will ultimately end up working in completely new job types that don't yet exist. The ability to anticipate and prepare for future skills, requirements, job content, and the aggregate effects on employment is increasingly critical for businesses, governments, and individuals in order to fully seize the opportunities presented by these trends and to mitigate undesirable outcomes. What I find fascinating with this observation is that the digital revolution creates an environment where the skills that will be required possibly around 2030 are not yet here. And what this does is it calls upon us as distance learning officials to reimagine that future. What will that future look like? But it means something else more. It means that we are now living in an era where we need to harness the opportunities that the fourth industrial revolution brings to us. And these are, for example, artificial intelligence. We need to draw on the Internet of Things. We need to harness fourth industrial revolution and blockchains. We are now in an era where we need to embrace distance learning and the use of technologies. Teaching has never been changed. It's never been revolutionized and affected than it is now. We are now teaching from home. We have to work from home. We have to utilize the devices of digital age. We have to use all of Skype, Microsoft Teams, you name it. But we also have to juggle families while we're working, because we're working from home. We are also managing families. We're juggling life at home, cooking, looking after children. How do we continue ensuring that the education project is successful? It means we need to, as it were, adapt for teaching in a digital age. And Professor Tony Bates of Canada has published this wonderful book titled Teaching in a Digital Age. It's a book that is accessible. What does being in the digital age means? The book, Digital Literacy for Learning, defines digital literacy as the awareness, attitude, and ability of individuals to appropriately use digital tools and facilities to identify, access, manage, integrate, evaluate, analyze, and synthesize digital resources, construct new knowledge, create media expressions, and communicate with others in the context of specific life situations in order to enable constructive social actions and to reflect upon the processes. But digital literacy assumes a whole range of stages. One of those is being digitally competent, being digitally literate, being digitally aware. So you move from the stage where you acquire knowledge and cognition of digitality, where you understand it in a sense where you are able to apply it in the real world, and then you transition to a stage which is the highest stage, where you can then, as it were, think about digitality as second nature. But we are in an open distance learning environment. It means COVID-19, the fourth industrial revolution, requires us to think more clearly and critically about what it means to be in the online education space. What does it mean to operate open learning? It calls us also to say, what are the resources that we need in this space? Some of those are the MOOC, the massive open online courses. How well vested are we in creating MOOCs as tools that we can use to reach out to our students? But it also calls upon us to be very clear about our engagement with publishers so that we can get into the open educational resources space, meaning make educational resources freely available. Universities across the world, even those that are in contact, have been forced upon to look into themselves to say, do they have the infrastructure, for example, of the learning management systems? Most distance education institutions were already comfortable in the LMS culture with the outbreak of open distance learning, but the same cannot be said about most distance learning, most contact institutions. A university like UNISA, where I work, operate a learning management system called My UNISA, and in that we use the platform Moodle. When we go out to teach as lecturers, we use the Microsoft Teams, which is a platform on which I'm actually rendering this presentation. Through a combination of all these at UNISA, despite the outbreak of COVID-19, we have been able to reach out to our students, which means UNISA has been resilient in terms of delivering its teaching, research, and community outreach projects. Here at the UNESCO chair, we run a successful seminar program, which we simply call the UNESCO Chair on Open Distance Learning Seminar series. We normally run these 10 seminars in a year, starting in February and in November. And at the outbreak of 2020, we made a strategic decision right away that with all these digital facilities that UNISA has, we are going to launch the seminars online. And I must tell you, we have been very, very successful. We have, since 2019, 2020, up to now, we have been able to fulfill our mandate of inviting experts across the world to share their research through the UNESCO Chair on Open Distance Learning Research Seminar Series using our Microsoft facilities. As far as last month, for example, in August, we were able to launch a successful UNESCO Chair on Open Distance Learning together with the Research Director at UNISA, the Open Distance and E-Learning Virtual Conference, where we attracted in excess of 1,306 delegates. I think there were 24 representations from the African continent. There were people coming from Canada, the United States, you name Australia, in Europe, most of the European countries. So we were able to demonstrate resilience within the outbreak of COVID-19 by utilizing the resources that are brought about by the fourth industrial revolution. And my take for this particular panel is that we really need to find creative ways of harnessing the benefits and tools that are brought to us by the fourth industrial revolution in order to reach out and be able to deliver resilient teaching, learning, and research through open distance learning. I want to thank you.
Thank you, Professor Moketsi Leteka. Please be aware that when we're done with this panel, you'll be one of the earliest that I would come to for some of the concerns that you raised in the second round of conversations and interventions. Professor Leseka has basically said it's important that we harness the tools that technology brings to us for furthering education and recalibrating open distance education and e-learning, awareness, aptitude, access, and he has also encouraged synthesization of digital resources and multiple ways of approaching learning. And he has also explained that within the University of South Africa, where he's UNESCO chair on open distance learning, they have practiced this throughout the COVID period, and who knows what the world will throw at us going forward. We must be ready at all times. Another round of applause for Professor Leseka. It's time now for me to invite the third panel discussant, who will be talking about inclusive education in open distance and e-learning, the respected Professor Yemisi Obashoro John.
Myself. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you very much for this opportunity to share my perspective on open distance learning and especially inclusive education. A young man lost his father, a young soldier lost his father in the army, and he was in the army. And then the his commandant was informed, but they didn't know how to tell the young man that his father died the day before. So the RSM was called, and the RSM said, don't worry, I'll tell him. I know how to tell him. So it was parade time, and everybody was on the parade that morning. And the RSM got there and said, how many of you get father here? The young man put up his hand with us and he said, put down your hand, your father is dead, fall up. He went straight to the point. So we're going straight to the point. Point is inclusive education. The SDG tells us that we want to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education. So it means that there's exclusion. So if we have inclusion, it means we have exclusion. And what is the exclusion? Exclusion is leaving someone out. Simple. It drags us and draws attention to those people that are doing the excluding and the person that is being excluded. It talks about the existence of injustice, and it talks about denial of social rights like education and housing. So inclusivity, in short, means bringing everybody in, putting everybody in the education thing, the education matter, putting everybody in there, irrespective of their disability, irrespective of their sexuality, class, ethnicity, and gender. So it talks about diverse worldviews. It talks about diverse backgrounds, talks about diverse needs, and it talks about diverse technology to support anybody who is in the education matter. Inclusive education is education for all. So everybody is included, irrespective, as we said, of whatever disability you may have. So when we look at inclusive education, two terms come to mind: integration and inclusion. If we say integration, we are bringing people with disability and we are concentrating on those people with disability. We're looking at curriculum that is teacher-centered. But when we look at inclusion, we are looking at the learning environment. We are looking at curriculum. We are looking at assessment systems. We are focusing on the learner. The curriculum is very important here. And so when we talk about the curriculum, we look at the approaches to run through it. We look at the methods, and we look at the different kinds of assignments that will come with it. So inclusion in open and distance, open distance learning, open and distance learning, open and flexible learning, whichever way, inclusion is the learning environment. We are looking at that learning environment. We're looking at everyone, no matter the origins of their difficulty, whatever it is, we're bringing everybody into the system, into the broad room, into the big room that is not physical. We're bringing everybody into that kind of environment. We're looking at the benefits. There are various benefits that will come when we include everybody. But basically, what is most important is the assertiveness that comes with the ability to solve problems for the learner. The learner decides who he wants to help him, whether he's his peer or his facilitator. So whichever way, the learner here is the most important person and is to solve a problem. And that problem is determined by him, and that problem is determined by his needs. So when we look at the kinds of learners that we come to the ODL environment that we're talking about, we're looking at learners that are disabled or differently abled. We're looking at those with emotional disability, speech and language disability, all kinds of health impairments. We're looking at those with social disability, physical disability, and of course, economic disability. And then we have all abled persons, different kinds of ableness who will also come. Remember, we're looking at different kinds of disableness. We're also looking at different kinds of ableness who will come into the learning environment. Now, these learners can be put in these groups. The traditional ones, they are the difficult to reach environments. They are the urban ones who live in urban slums. There is the working class who would also come to this environment. There's also the privileged, the technocrats who would also want to come into this same learning environment that we're talking about. So when we look at the learner that comes to ODL that we want to include, we look at the individual differences that come with every kind of learner that comes. Height, weight, senses, whether he's friendly, whether he's conversational, we look at that. We look at the linguistic angle, whether he's monolingual or multilingual. We look at the emotions. This person, has he suffered some kind of deprivation, or is he going through some kind of deprivation? Has he been rejected once, or is he well accepted? We're looking at formal learning, previous education, digital skills. We're looking at the economy of the family and his own personal resources and financial resources that he can bring to the table. We're looking at the family structure, the size, the type of family will determine the kind of learning that he will be seeking and the kind of environment that will suit him. We want to look at even the position in family. Is it the first child or is it the only child and the others? And of course, does he have prior exposure to these things we're looking at? It has been clearly stated here that technology is just the means, is not the end there, but what exposure does he have to this? So let's look at the kinds of distance learning, open distance learning clientele that we have, and e-learning clientele all over the world. We have this group. If you look at them, these are people who will come to ODL. Academics, teacher training, teachers who are in training, university students, adult women, adult learners, community members, the senior in a school, association members. These are all clients for ODL and e-learning. Job seekers. And of course, all this group with various forms of disability. Remember, we also have the able-bodied and the differently abled. Now, these are people. What would be the conditions for them to be able to learn when they come to, if we put in everybody? One thing is immersion. Everybody must be soaked in the content that we want to give out. Demonstration, we must give room. We must give room for them to be able to practice, understand the content. So the learners need demonstrations. Expectations, everyone has expectations, but they want people who have high expectations of them. So if you have low expectations of your learner, they are not likely to learn easily. Responsibility, he wants to take decisions for himself. He wants to employ what he has learned. So there must be room for practice. And of course, approximations. And then there must be the room for feedback. Where do we go? How have I done? What have I done well? How do you want me to do it better? We want to have room. Importantly, we need learner engagement. Now, this learner engagement must include some of these and many more, but we need the expression of knowledge. Whatever the person has learned, he must be able to express it. And he must be able to discuss what he has learned. If he cannot discuss what he has learned and he cannot express it, probably the practice time is not sufficient. And probably the nature of the engagement has not been properly stated. There must be collaboration. Collaboration between the learner and the facilitator. The facilitator and other facilitators. The subject teacher with other subject teachers. There must be collaboration. There must be negotiation. What kind of negotiation? What time is convenient for you? How best can you turn in? How early or how fast can you turn in your assignments? These are negotiations, and there must be partnership. So we must see the partnership that the learner wants and the kind of partnership the institution must give. These kinds of partnership must be totally and properly worked out. And of course, we must have administrative support. This requires a lot of planning. I'm sure so much has gone into this event. And so much should also go into the class where we have an inclusive setup. The scheduling of materials must have administrative support. Then we'll be able to say that we are moving away from the telling, the paradigm shift. So instead of telling the students, now you are coming to a place of guiding the students in learning. So with materials, what kind of materials are we looking at? A wide variety of materials that the learner can pick from. So it's not just one text. There must be a wide variety. And then there must be a lot of out-of-class activities. You must be able to see these and have time to be able to run through as many as you can give. In those days when we were in the college, we had a course called extensive reading. By the way, I didn't see at Zaria. So we had this course in in English language class. We had this course, extensive reading. We were asked to read as much as possible, but at the end of the week, you turned in a summary of every book you read. So we read all the Chinua Achebes in the world. We read all the Peseta series. You remember all those? We remember the Ngugi wa Thiongos. So we read, so this is the kind of thing we're saying. Give them a lot of materials and let them just go on and do a lot of reading. So the materials must be there and it must be in wide variety. The facilitator also must set the scene and make sure that the learner is properly involved in what he's doing. The learner also must contribute And he must initiate some activities himself. And he must also challenge the facilitator. Of course, not going to fight him, but to ask questions so that he can learn and take notes. The teaching learning process must be flexible. Class organization, class arrangement, when to come, when not to come, all those kinds of things must be given so that thinking will be creative and there will be analytical issues or analytical times in the class to go through everything in the content, in the material that had been provided. Then the outcome, improved learning, that is what we get. We'll get more hands-on experience. And of course, every creativity will be properly rewarded. Now, so for us to have inclusive classrooms, what will be the building blocks? What should we look for and what should we add so that our classrooms in ODL can really be inclusive? At the heart of the vision of inclusion is respect for rights and differences. People are different and they all have their rights. We must also accommodate all those that are hard to reach. Remember, we talked about the traditional rural, and then we have the traditional urban. We have all those kinds of people. There are some that are difficult to reach. So to include everybody, we must make sure that we accommodate them and try to reach them. There must be a belief that there is the belief, and we must build on that belief that every learner is a successful learner. Every learner, if you give him the opportunity, he will be successful. And of course, efficient ways of using scarce resources is one of the things that inclusion does. And it brings everybody in so that we can spread it and everybody will be better for it. We must have materials, modes of delivery, methods of delivery should change. It is not, it has been said this morning so many times, it's not just the Zoom. It's not just the time we claim to spend on the net. It's much more than that. So our modes of delivery, our methods of delivery must change. And of course, we are not suggesting that we change what the learner and the time the learner is learning. Remember, it's a flexible thing. The learner has everything, but we must support him in his learning. What do we need also? We need building blocks that will talk about creating awareness for inclusive education in ODL, increased sensitivity and constant communication. We're looking at a situation where everybody will be accommodated. Everybody, people living with disability, people living with ability. Even the people living with ability, we know that all of us are disabled in some form. So every one of us, so we need to bring everybody in and understand that we must understand the issue of flexibility. We must support the individual and help peers to support themselves in their various needs and in the diversity of their needs. We must also, as a building block, provide required funds, required resources, required teaching materials. We must expand current initiatives. This initiative is good. The ones we have in Unilag, they are very good. All over the world, the initiatives are there. They are working, but we need to expand and make sure that we give room to more people to be able to come in. And of course, we must improve teacher education, teacher training. We must improve that so that we will have clear understanding of knowledge for, knowledge of, and knowledge in inclusive education. We have talked about collaborations and partnerships. We cannot miss all this out. Again, as a building block, we need the acquisition of digital skills. Of course, not just the acquisition, there must also be the mastery. So we must master, and collaboration among researchers, university faculty, administrators, families, communities, professionals, and instructional support providers is very important if we need to go on with inclusivity when it comes to ODL and successful education in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yemisi. Starting with SDG 4, equitable and quality education for all, paradigm shift, making education learner-centered, integration and inclusion, and ensuring that everybody has access and opportunities. And she listed out the various disabilities, including economic disability, social disability, emotional disability, and differently abled persons. And it's important that we remember that the moment you join, how much exposure have you had to social media, internet, how much exposure, and at what levels are people joining to get this done? Please, let's hear a warm Unilag greeting for Professor Yemisi.
Thank you.
You know, it's interesting that you should be saying that you did your NCE in ABU Zaria. My professors at the Bayero University Kano are complaining because I'm taking a higher degree there. So when I said I was ambassador to Unilag, I started getting under table complaints. But I'm also ambassador to Bayero University Kano as well, because that's where I'm taking a higher degree. I'd like to congratulate you, and I've received a lot of messages that say that paradigm shift is critical and that there must be a recording of all of this. Somebody says, nice presentation, Professor. We must improve teacher education, which is very key, and a great performance, man. We're proud of Professor Bashoro. Well done. And to take us a notch higher, indeed, when I say a notch higher, I mean a notch higher. Because, you know, young people always say that nobody thinks about them. I'm glad that there is a catchment of students here who are going to be listening closely. And some of us who are parents are also here to listen closely to youth engagement, understanding career growth and resilience in the new era, thinking outside the box, a place that has been reserved for a man who is Africa Strategy Advisor, Lancaster University in the United Kingdom, who joined us via a flight yesterday. We're glad that you could make it, Dr. Akanimo Odon.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Prof has spoken about standing on protocols. I'm going to stand behind protocols because we're the next generation. I've got just 10 minutes. And as I sat down, the performers were performing. And I'm thinking, well, I was speaking about thinking outside the box today. And I'm thinking, if putting a ladder on your lip and balancing it is not thinking outside the box, I wonder what else is. But having said that, though, I think I'm getting a little tired and frustrated because many people think outside the box, but they still live in the box. I'll say it again. Many people think outside the box, but by their actions and activities, they still live in the box. So I'm hoping that after 10 minutes today, I might be able, in some sense or form, get you thinking outside the box, but deciding to live outside the box, because therein lies the success in your career. Okay, so we have a problem. We do have a problem. And what is this problem? So between the year 2000 and 2014, 14 years gap, the number of enrollment into higher education doubled from 100 million to over 207 million. Okay, but follow me. But between 2014 and 2020, only a 6 years interval, the number doubled even more. How come the number has quadrupled in that period? The clear justification for that increase is because of distance learning, online learning. Now, follow me. Before COVID, and obviously COVID has been a principal driver in that increase. Before COVID, okay, in Africa as it is, half of over 420 million young people are either experiencing unemployment or they are variably employed. So bear with me. If before COVID, unemployment was already a crisis, what do you think is happening when the number of enrollment into higher education has doubled? Has it been met by the increase in SME production or creation, as the case is? That's why I'm saying I think we have a problem. Because the numbers of people going to universities, as a matter of fact, you could sit down at home and finish a full degree in your underwear. But guess what? Environment also provides an opportunity for you to also work remotely. So basically, I'm speaking about the era we now live to engage young people in a different kind of engagement. The problem is not because young people are not engaged. Trust me, they are. Currently, I think a Big Brother is going on. I've never seen such engagement in my life. You wake up in the morning. I mean, a simple test would be, if I ask people in the room now saying, how many of you have looked at Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn today, just on a social sense? I am sure over 90% of everyone in this room has looked at Facebook, Instagram, or whatever the case is today. But if I ask young people, how many of you have visited the top 5 companies doing incredibly well in your field today? What might the response be? So the issue is not the engagement, is engaging appropriately in respect to development of career spaces. So I talk about positioning. And what do I mean? The concept of a global citizen. And I'm going to ask a very quick question, if I may. But it will give you a context of positioning. Because in the era we live, you can't afford to do the things you were doing before. Okay? So, and the question is this. I'm going to give you 2 descriptions, A and B. And I like people to show by raising your hands which you prefer to be addressed as. Follow me. So A is this. I am an international student or international professional, just happen to be living in Lagos. That's A. Did you get that? So I am an international student or international professional. I just happen to be living in Lagos. That's A. And B is I am a Nigerian professional. I am a Nigerian student, but I'm just interested in international opportunities. If you would go for A, let me see by show of hands. If you would go for B, let me see by show of hands. Okay, put your hands down. The point I'm making is this, friends. International positioning comes from your mindset. It begins by you understanding that even though you're a student or professional, you're a young person in a particular geographical jurisdiction, you are internationally placed to be able to do interesting things, especially in a virtual era. And the simple things would be like, understand that your role in this space transcends borders and geography. You can speak responsibly. It involves your creativity, flexibility, dedication. Most of the amazing things our speakers and panelists have spoken about today, it begins with the individual. Okay? Understanding self, understanding space, understanding partnerships. Let me speak about partnership for a minute. When last did you hear that a Nigerian graduate finished university and while he's applying for a job, he intentionally applied for jobs in Kenya and Nairobi or jobs in Tanzania? How often does that happen? Are you following me? When last did you hear a Nigerian student who graduated from a university intentionally decide to find partnerships in other jurisdictions? But if you find out on their Facebook account, they've got friends from different countries. But what are you doing with those partnerships in the era we now live? So I tried something. I interviewed about 50 HR directors in African countries. And it was a very simple question. And the question was this. I said, you put up a job interview. And say, for example, you are based in Kenya. And the job interview was for people to come apply for a job in Kenya. And you had a pile of CVs. And as you're flipping through the CV, I mean, basically you would see a Kenyan CV, a Kenyan CV, a Kenyan CV. If all of a sudden you flipped over and you saw a Nigerian CV, what would you do? You know, all of them told me the same thing, that they will take out the CV and put it aside for a minute. Positioning. What is your space like? How are you engaging in this era? Are you engaging with intentionality because you are a global citizen or global professional? Or are you engaging because you are restricted by space and time? Fundamentally. So I will speak about a few practical things because I'm aware that the audience are listening to me, but I'd like you to leave and start living outside the box. Let's begin with a simple premise around CVs. Okay? I was addressing a room of about 200 final year students. I won't mention the university. So a few years ago. And midway in the conversation, I asked them, I said, so how many of you have a CV? They were at the beginning of their final year. And they looked at me like I was speaking French. They said, but we haven't finished university yet. Why do we need a CV? Because you want a CV when you're applying for a job. And that showed to me a fundamental flaw. Because a CV as a document is not just if you like to apply for a job. A CV is a physical representation of your capacity and propensity. A CV is a physical representation of your capability and expertise. And so, when you're looking for a job or not, a CV is supposed to be your go-to document, whether you're in year 1, year 2, it doesn't matter. That is your space. So I'll take it a step further. Then I started asking different people. I said, so currently as a professional, how many pages is your CV? And they'll say, well, my CV is like 5 pages. Then I asked them, are you on LinkedIn? They say, yes. So how many pages is your CV on LinkedIn? They say, well, maybe 1 page, maybe half a page. I said, so let me get this right. The CV gathering dust on your laptop, which nobody sees, is 5 pages. But the CV on the biggest professional network in the world, in a global era and global space, is 1 page. How does that make common sense? Positioning. I remember about 4 or 5 years ago when I actually created my LinkedIn account. And I called myself Nigerian expert. It was nice. Okay? And guess what? Everybody that was contacting me were Nigerians, asking me about Nigeria, about jobs in Nigeria. So one morning I woke up and I said, I'm sure I can be called African expert. Obviously, to do that, I should know a bit about Africa. So I changed my nomenclature from Nigerian expert to African expert. Go on my LinkedIn page, you'll see it. And guess what? In a space of 2 to 3 weeks, I was getting requests from Kenya, from Tanzania, from Uganda, just by a change of nomenclature because of my understanding of global positioning. Understanding yourself. Let me speak about that for a minute. What is self? So I've interviewed over 1,000 students across over 20 countries in Africa, and it's a very simple premise. Every student or young person studying in any university, doing a course they like, the chances are, if you ask them, I can ask people in the room now, you would also have something you love doing that has no link with your course. So for example, I was studying zoology at the University of Benin, several years ago. But in my year 1, I knew I loved writing. Writing came easy to me. Can you believe that I loved writing so much? But for 4 years in the University of Benin, just because I was in the zoology department, I never visited the English and literature department, not even once in 4 years. Think about that for a minute. I interviewed over 200 professionals. Follow me. This is very important because it's about engagement, but it begins with global perception and your understanding of self and space. I interviewed about 200 professionals a few years ago. And these are professionals who own a small SME. Are you following me? And it's a very simple question. And the questions were, how many of you SME owners set up your SME based on your course of study? Only 5% raised up their hands. Then I asked them, how many of you set up your SME based on a passion or an interest or that you love doing? and over 80% of them was the case. Then I asked them the real crucial question. I said, how many of you have gone ahead to develop your capacity by learning or some courses to develop that area, you set up your SM, and the number dropped back to 5%? What does that mean? It means that as an individual, understanding yourself means understanding what you love doing. Because in careers, and this is very true, in careers, ultimately, it's about what you enjoy and love doing. And if circumstances have made it such that you are studying a course you don't really like, can you find some time during the 4 years of your university engaging in areas that you love? You know, I checked, and there is no regulation in any university in the world that precludes a student or young person from going to sit down in a class different from this actual course of study. So if I knew this then, I should have been going to the Department of English and Literature just to increase my capacity and engagement on something that already comes naturally to me. Now I get paid a lot of money just to write, even though my PhD was in environmental management. Space and time is the world we live. Write your CV. Increase your network. Tell yourself today that when you get home, I want to update my LinkedIn profile just for some repositioning. It will take you 5 minutes. Copy and paste your CV. That's what it is. 5 minutes to reposition yourself. You know, I always tell people, I said, if you contact somebody today for engagement, doesn't matter what it is, what is the first thing the person will do if the person hasn't met you before? If you reach out to somebody today for an engagement, what is the first thing they will do if they haven't met you before? They will Google you. So what do? I Google myself before somebody else Googles me. So if you Google yourself, what would Google have epilepsy looking for you? Will Google look for you everywhere? And at the end of it, Google says, did you mean this other person? If that is the case, then we have a problem. Because we live in a virtual space. Those companies you are trying to apply for a job to, what do you think they are doing? They've got Twitter accounts, Instagram accounts. Are they stupid? So you better move and move quick to be able to engage, because it's about positioning your knowledge in this space. If everybody listening to me right now, mobile phones, and go on Google, it's very simple. And I tell students this: you are doing a course in zoology, but you love writing. Google free courses in writing. You would be amazed at the number you would see. It's about intentionality, because we live in a globally connected world. It's about how are you positioned in this space. Increase your knowledge. Learn outside the box. Live outside the box. And I'll finish with this: volunteering. If you meet employers will tell you that one of the biggest challenges they face for students is lack of work experience. Okay? Biggest challenge. And for me, I've come to discover that a singular principal crisis or challenge we have for unemployability in African institutions, whether you like it or not, is the gap between academia and industry. It's the biggest crisis. I call it the high gate phenomenon. What do I mean? You go to most universities, they've got huge, massive gates. I remember of a university who destroyed an already high gate just to build an even higher one. It's almost as if you're saying, well, don't come to us. There's a disconnect and a gap between academia and industry. So how can you be producing students or young people to go into industry and yet you're not having conversations with them? Because academia says we have knowledge, come to us. Industry says we have money, come to us. Government says we have power, come to us. And as long as nobody goes to the other, nothing happens. It's why we are where we are. But I must say, the onus of your career growth and resilience lies in your hand. It's about what you do with your time. And before you tell me, hey, forget about it, doc, we don't have time, that's a lie. You have time in your hands. You know, I was wandering on my phone one day and I wandered into screen analytics. You know what that is? And my phone actually tracks me. And my phone told me that that week I spent over 5 hours on WhatsApp. And in some sense, my job, because it's a partnership job, deals on WhatsApp. But my point is this: how can you say there is no time when, as a matter of fact, because of your lack of intentionality, the time allowance you have to create this engagement is not there? Do you know how much time you have in your hands? Young people, yes, you do have time. How many episodes of Game of Thrones did you watch last week? Do you realize that a match between Manchester and Arsenal is up almost 2 hours? I can go on and on, but your understanding of your global self and space will position you for this new era. Thank you.
Space and time. And when I introduced Dr. Odon as a very engaging person, I didn't miss a bit. He has said that you must find strategies for positioning yourself and offer them to us. He has said you should engage appropriately. You should be a global citizen. You should have a seismic shift in your mindset. And if the algorithms online can't find you, then you are in trouble. So you must use technology to enhance yourself. You must find a way to be involved in understanding yourself and your space and how to push yourself forward. I think this afternoon has been pretty good. He has also mentioned the relationship between the town and the gown, the industry and the academia, and how to bring them together for synergy. Thank you so very much, Dr. Odon, for your engaging presentation. Dr. Odon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Vice Chancellor, I want to put on the table the continuous presence of the representative of our special guest of honor, Alhaji Idris, representing the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, who has stayed through with us because he believes in what we do. We want to give him a round of applause. Thank you for staying through. Thank you. And we have come to the final panelist. And remember that we would be going to them for a 2 minutes quick roundup, and then I'm going to come to the audience. We've already started receiving some questions online, and I will address them and allow the panelists to choose who would speak. By the way, on our way here, I spent some time with some of these absolutely brilliant personalities on this panel. And already I have benefited just a little bit more because I spent some time in the car with them on our way here. But a man who is very much after my heart and who speaks from his heart is a man who is going to be talking about government response to resilient and inclusive education through open distance and e-learning, an ICT guru, Director, Open Distance Education, National Universities Commission, Abuja, Engineer Kayode Odedina.
The Vice Chancellor, Director DLI, the Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to stand or walk or run. or sit on the existing protocols. Now there's everything that has advantages have disadvantages sit side by side. I have the advantage of being the last speaker. I've listened to everybody. At the same time, the disadvantage is like the advantage, because now I'm left with nothing to say. And so, as I sat down struggling whether to just come here and say, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and leave. So, but I look at it, what now came to my mind is that I should restructure my presentation a bit. I will start with, let me first of all bring very warm greetings from the Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, in the person of Professor Abubakar Adamu Rashid, MNI FNAL. Now, let me start with Professor Pat Utomi. He said we should not lay emphasis on the technology, but on the learning. And was echoed by Professor Obashoro John. Yes, if you look at the way e-learning is customarily these days, e-learning is written such that you have the small e and then the big L, then learning. It is to tell you that you should de-emphasize the electronic. The emphasis is on learning. So I quite agree with him on that. The Emeritus Professor Jegede said we should recalibrate ourselves. That is both teachers and parents. If you want to be good players in this era, we have to recalibrate ourselves. One of the things I've noticed is that our generation, we seem to be getting it wrong. We want to be training the coming generation the way we are trained. And it's going to work. Because one, the coming generations, members of the coming generation are digital natives. We are digital aliens. So if you want to train digital natives by the method you are trained, then, and that is why we have so much unemployment in our hands. Professor Laseka talked about digital literacy. Of course, if you, as the parent or the teacher, if you are still analog, you are not digital literate, then how do you train somebody of the 21st generation mind? So what am I saying? If you are still teaching your words, the English alphabet, that is the kindergarten students. If you are still saying A for apple, B for ball, C for cat, D for dog, E for egg, yes, correct. But you need to move a step further in the 21st century by now saying A for apple, not the apple that you eat, Apple Macintosh. B for Bluetooth, C for chat or quote, D for download, E for email, F for Facebook, G for Google. You move in that direction. Then you are laying the foundation for 21st century education. Now, Dr. Akanimo Odom talked about positioning for global competitiveness. Yes, true. Your degree is no longer enough. You hold BS Economics with first class, and so what? You don't have digital skills. It's not going to take you anywhere. But if you have been following the human resources managers, especially in private sector these days, they will tell you that if you're applying for this job, you must be 24 years or below. You must have first class or second class, high-end second class in any discipline. That's the point I'm making. So it does not really matter whether your degree is in economics or in engineering or whatever. When they employ you, they now train you. So you may never, talking from Dr. Odion's point of view now, you may never practice that thing you studied. Because if Nigerian bureaus engage you, for example, and you study computer science, you may find yourself in marketing or their account session. So things are really changing. But if you really want to become a global graduate, there are a lot of things to do. In addition to that degree, you must be digital literate and you must possess one digital skill at least. For instance, you hold a BSc mass communication, it is incumbent on you to be certified in a digital literacy program and then obtain a digital skill. If you are into film, cinematography, and the rest, then you should do Adobe Premiere and get certified. By that, you have become a global citizen. So, having said that, I go back to Professor Yemisi, who said, going straight to the point. So, government role in ensuring resilient and inclusive education via ODL. What is the reason for ODL? It is to provide or expand access to education. Nobody should be left behind. It is about lifelong learning. You recall that President Olusegun Obasanjo, former, and then Awujale of Ijebuland, when they were septuagenarian in their 70s, registered with NAM and came up with degrees. Obasikiru Aditono especially motivated me into going to obtain a degree at NAM. Because at 78, he registered for a law degree program in NAM and went with him 23 other Ijebu Obas. So when I read that thing, I said, if Obaditono could go back to school at 78, then how old am I? And that was how I went back to NAM in 2012. And the rest is history, as they say. Contemporary challenges, what are contemporary challenges, insecurity, pandemic, etc., have made the mode of delivering education imperative. And what are the unique features of ODL? Flexibility of time, place, mode, and access in the ODL mode of delivery will ensure that learning and teaching take place irrespective of the happenings in an environment, whatever the situation is. So the access in this case means inclusiveness. However, from government point of view, it must come with quality. And therefore, access must be regulated. So the government have therefore developed policy framework to ensure an efficient and robust delivery of equality, but accessible university education through the open, distance, and e-learning. Such policy provisions include the guidelines on open and distance learning in Nigerian universities and the steps and procedure for establishing a distance learning center. So permit me, I'm going to restrict myself to university education. So there was a national policy on education in 2004, which laid the foundation, not late, which re-emphasized the goals of open and distance education to provide access to quality education, ensure equity in educational opportunities. Doesn't matter whether you're a man, a woman, disabled, whatever, Muslim, Christian, to meet special needs of employers by mounting special certificate courses at the workplace. Dr. Young had already said much about that. Encourage internationalization of curricula, ameliorate the effect of internal-external brain drain. So we have different types of models of open and distance education. Professor Yemisi said much. But the model that we have adopted in Nigeria is the ICT-enabled, supported, blended learning model. Professor Jegede has already preempted that I will talk about that. And what are the features of the IESBL model? Centrality of learning materials. That is the difference between distance learning and face-to-face. The learning materials are taking the position of the teachers. And the learning materials must be in mixed media formats. You must deploy appropriate technology, and there must be face-to-face components. That is what Emeritus Prof is kicking against. Robust learner support must be provided, and informative and summative assessment, and timely and meaningful feedback. What are the rationale for regulating the distance learning institutions in Nigeria? To bring the practice of distance learning up to speed with global best practices, ensure development of an educational system that is resilient and can subsist in spite of prevailing and threatening external factors, engenders an educational system that is accessible to all irrespective of race, age, gender, place, and time. So, to address all that, NUC came into the picture in 2011 and established the Department of Open and Distance Education, which was later renamed as it is today, Open Distance and E-Learning, in 2017. Now the directorate has 3 divisions, namely Open and Distance Learning, Transnational Education, and E-Learning divisions. So for Open and Distance Learning division, we look at it from 2 angles. Distance learning centers of universities, so that the universities will become dual mode universities and then open universities. So we've developed procedure for establishing distance learning centers in Nigerian universities that is running. Then the guidelines for open university, guidelines for open and distance learning in Nigeria is running. Then for open universities, as of today, the only open university in Nigeria is National Open University of Nigeria. And NUC is now fine-tuning the guidelines for the establishment of private open universities in Nigeria, all in a bid to expand access. Now, the transnational education deals with importation and exportation of university education. So there is an improved 10-model guideline for transnational education in Nigeria, and the models are listed. Now, University of London and Government of Nigeria entered into an MOU in the areas of capacity building and setting up of teaching centers in selected Nigerian universities. As of today, only Ignatius Ajuru University of Education has taken advantage of that initiative. What that means is that in Nigeria today, you can stay in the University of Lagos and obtain University of London degree. Now, the e-learning division, the adoption of e-learning into the academic activities of Nigerian universities. We know that Nigerian universities have been engaging in one form or the other of the adoption of e-learning, but there's need for some baseline adoption. So NUC is putting finishing touches to the release of the guideline for the adoption of e-learning in Nigerian universities. For the records, it has been said many times here, distance learning is not a part-time program. It is just another mode of delivery. So whatever you might have known about the conventional university stands. So we still talk about minimum of 6 academic staff. We still talk about 20, 35 to 45 professorial, senior lecturer, lecturer 1 and below cadres in that ratio. However, being a distance learning institution, you must now have, the staff must necessarily possess ODL qualifications. You must have guardian counselors, you must have e-tutors and facilitators, of course, IT specialists, and help desk and other forms of learner support services are required. So other critical requirements, technological infrastructure with adequate bandwidth and effective internet access, well-written print version of the instructional materials. I've said that before. The course materials, because the teacher is not in front of the students, must be interactive, comprehensive, and conversational in tone. Now you must have open educational resources. You must provide now in addition. That is what makes distance learning today different from the way it was in the 60s. You must now have interactive multimedia version of learning materials. You must have ICT infrastructure for learning, collaboration, robust portal, computer-based testing centers, telephone facilities, etc. And in addition, a residential school, because we still expect some form modicum of face-to-face interaction, maybe just 2 weeks in a semester. Evaluation and assessment, it goes to say with the way it has always been, with the face-to-face. So as of today, we have Open University and the dual mode universities. National Open University remains the only open university in Nigeria as of today. Then we have 13 dual mode universities in Nigeria as of today. And these are the Distance Learning Institute, University of Lagos, Distance Learning Center, University of Ibadan, Center for Distance Learning of Africa, University of and so on. The latest being Babcock University Center for Open Distance and E-Learning, which was just approved 2 months ago, I guess. So what are the challenges that we face in open and distance learning? We still have paucity of open distance e-learning experts in the Nigerian university system. Like I said earlier, our generation is, technology alien. So we still have low level of ICT development and digital literacy and skills in the US. We still have the prejudices and misconceptions about ODL institutions and their works. We are still slow into accepting the use of technology in teaching by academics in the US. Then in some cases, inappropriate succession policy in some ODL institutions, when the tenure of one director expires, the kind of consideration the universities bring forward to bring the successors at times draw the system back. So in conclusion, I would rather say the pervasiveness of technology has made ODL as the future of global education to have become imperative. The disruption by technology in the 21st century is not peculiar to education. We will recall the era of tally number in our banking halls before the advent of e-banking. We now have e-passport, e-governance, e-commerce, e-registration, among many other e-initiatives. Therefore, all hands must be on deck to evolve all-inclusive and resilient open distance and e-learning operations in Nigeria through massive human capital development for the sector, provision of internet access. We've been going on accreditation, especially in public universities. This has remained a big challenge. Adequate learner support services and the deployment of appropriate technology, e.g. learning management system. The centrality of interactive and comprehensive course materials that are conversational in tone cannot be overemphasized. And lastly, just to emphasize that as of today, things might change tomorrow. The ICT-enabled supported blended learning is the approved model. Thank you very much.
Engineer Odedio brings the rear of the panel interventions. And like you heard earlier, we talked about what we're going to do after this. He has looked at the fact that we have to have new lexicon for dealing with learners, G for Google, A for a type of computer. We have to ensure that critical thinking and higher level of engagement becomes the thing that we do. And he has also explained government's role in ensuring a resilient and inclusive education with ODL. We should engender an education system that is accessible. And one of the pointers he made about what government is doing, irrespective of race, place, and time. And he also talks about the requirements for setting up learning in the ODL process, because it should not dumb down quality because it is being learned. And from the beginning, our keynote speaker had said, it is no longer the case that open distance and e-learning is of low quality. We all heard how he talked about how we can bring all of this together to provide quality education for our people. I think Engineer Odediran deserves a round of applause, especially because he has now recalibrated our mind to now talk about G for Google rather than any other kind of thing to keep us in that technological world. You've heard it here. Me from speaking. And that is re-engaging and recalibrating your swag. Make use of what you have. I've trained my voice for years to be able to do that. And it's not enough for you to say, I'm online compliant if you are not learning anything other than who the latest musician is having an affair with. It's entertainment, but that's not enough. We really should be doing other things like engaging our minds. Having said so, I'd like to find out from media very quickly before I'd like to prepare Professor Leseka, if he's still with us, that as soon as Professor Jegede gives his 2 minutes intervention through the lead that I'm going to give him now, we're going to come to you, Professor Leseka. How do we make the ODL process resilient? Because I heard you saying the process must be resilient, you know, and there are emerging landscapes all over the world on how we should deal with our ODL ecosystem. You've been all over the world. What are some of the best practices? Give us 2. Let's take that away from here. Okay. Professor Jagede's mic, please.
Thank you very much for the question. How do we make ODL resilient? We can make ODL, and we should make ODL resilient by ensuring that while you move from open and distance learning to digital or virtual or e-learning, you must ensure that you go back every time to check that the characteristics of ODL are maintained in each time. That you have the separation from student and the teacher, but mediated by technology, whatever it is, and that separation does not lose any value in quality, and that there is interaction between or amongst the teachers and the learner. You must also ensure that there is quality assurance that has been put into this. The second aspect is that, and I like to say this with all seriousness, that by the time you are graduating and the Vice Chancellor or the Chairman of Council or the Chancellor congratulates you and hands over to you your BSc in chemical engineering, half of what you've already learned is dated. What we need to do now is to tell everybody coming into the university that 2 years after you use this BSc certificate, you must come back to school again. That is long life learning. We don't do that, and many of us lose sight of everything. There are, I'm sure, people in this audience who have got probably BSc pharmacy or whatever, and they hardly use it. Many people, many ministers, many commissioners, even many vice chancellors are not using the knowledge or the wisdom or the degree they got. I mean, a good example is myself. When I was vice chancellor, I never referred to my biology notes. I didn't need it. And so we also have a vice chancellor here who is a botanist. I don't think he ever looked at plants or any classification of plants or whatever or anything. That's not what he's using. So we now begin to look at how we can broaden the education that people receive. How do we prepare the person for the world that we are going in for the 21st century? So that is how to make distance education resilient.
How can we prepare the people for the world? Thank you very much, Professor Jegede. And I'm going to go to Professor Leteka. Is he available now? Not yet. So we're going to go to Professor Yemisi. I've taken a new interest in aging, how we age. As we grow older, what are the things that we begin to forget? As we grow older, what are the skills that we need? And I know that you are involved in inclusion and diversity. You have been doing issues concerning gender gaps as well. But I'd like to put to you, aging is an emotional disability. How do we engender the ones we describe as the wiser ones amongst us to bring them into the learning space in ODL?
Thank you. Thank you very much. The wiser ones are not always the older ones.
Well said.
I just learned recently that Google does not give you knowledge. Google gives you information. So when you get that information, how do you develop your information to give knowledge and wisdom? Age also does not mean wisdom, but it means experience. It means exposure. It means ability to be able to garner people to do some things. So in this wise, how would age help in inclusion in ODL? People with experience in ODL will be very relevant. People without experience in ODL would also be relevant. That is why we need collaborations. So we're not looking at inclusion in ODL and saying we want to dismantle the system. We are not saying forget ODL. We're saying let the traditional learning setting come with the modern learning setting and ensure everybody who should benefit come together and collaborate and form partnerships through proper negotiations of time, materials, resources, learning materials, and of course the teaching styles. So then we'll be able to say that young and the old, traditional setting and the modern setting, the rural, the urban can come together and then learn without leaving anybody out of the system.
Without leaving anybody behind. Professor Yemisi, I did notice that when you showed your pictures in your slides, you showed adult learners, then you showed female learners, older women. Would you like to, in 1 or 2 sentences, tell us why there are adult learners, mixed men and women, and why you have older women learners separate?
Yes, thank you very much. The older women, why we kind of look at them specially is because poverty is kind of associated with older women. You find out that where you have women who are old and childless, divorced, what other word can we use now to categorize them? You find out that there's so much poverty amongst them. And those are the kinds that the women ministry kind of forgets. They are concerned about the younger women. They are concerned about the young girls. And they have forgotten these older women who are very poor. And that is why you see in my slide here, they are in a special group. Ones who come together with the men are kind of relatively stable. They have some kind of economic support, and their nests kind of can support them. But these ones don't have nests that support them. So support them. And we expect these ones to learn. We expect these ones to be in the lifelong brackets. How do they go about it?
So these are women who are a special category. I believe that we all hear you. Dr. Don, I'd like to go to you, and please let me know if Professor Leseka has joined us at any point in time, if he does join us at all. In the meantime, I'd like to ask you, we know the number of distractions with Web 2.0. How do we curb these distractions? And you did mention when you were speaking that sometimes you go and do other things for hours on end digitally, and you're not paying attention to those things that would enhance you. What are some of the things that you can use to focus, especially when you're talking to the younger generation?
Thank you very much. So there are distractions continuously. I think the way I like to put it is this. In every professional, there is a student wanting to learn. And in every student, there is a professional waiting to earn. The most successful students.
Repeat that again.
In every professional, there is a student wanting to learn. And in every student, there is a professional waiting to earn.
Correct.
Now, why is that important? If you check across board, and I think I travel enough to know and confirm this, the most successful students, when they become graduates, are students who start acting like professionals while they are students. That's a fact. And the most successful professionals, when they've left university, are professionals who act like students because they are always learning and increasing their portfolio to align themselves with moving times. The trouble is there's a massive disconnect between the students and professionals, which hasn't been helped by the disconnect between academia and industry. It means, therefore, that a student needs to consciously take specific steps to begin to act like professionals while you're studying. So I'll give an example. You know, I mentioned earlier that if you ask the average employer, one of the issues they have with graduates is no work experience. And I find it difficult to understand. So I did a small research. What's the research? I discovered that the average university has between 100 and 1,000 SMEs within a 1 kilometer radius. This morning, as we're driving into Unilag, I was counting. Nobody noticed in the car, but I was counting. I counted over 200 SMEs just around Unilag. What does that mean? So what my experiment? I rang up different students in different countries and I said, can you try a small experiment for me? Could you write yourself a small cover letter? Get your lecturer to do like a small reference letter. Get your parent to do a small reference letter and try something. Walk into any of these SMEs around you and say, I'm a student of this university. This is my letter and references. Is it okay, sir, to work for you for 2 hours a week and it's okay not to pay me? Guess what happened? Within a space of 2 weeks, all of them got jobs. Now, the beautiful thing about a CV is that you don't have to write how long you worked from where to where in a CV. Neither do you have to write how much you were paid. No CV has that. But you've intentionally picked up experiences fundamental in your space. If I do the mapping, you'll be amazed at the amount of opportunities within and around universities that a student should not be handicapped. How can, now, okay, give an example. Do you realize that Unilag is the biggest employer of labor in Lagos State? Am I wrong? Check it out. Unilag currently is actually the biggest employer of labor in Lagos State. So explain for me, how can you be studying for 4 years in the biggest employer of labor in a location and know nothing about labor? It's because you've only viewed university as a center of learning and you haven't put on a thinking cap to see a university as a location disposed to employment opportunities.
Dr. Odon has spoken. Indeed, it is about what I saw in some of your slides, volunteering. And if you're afraid to work for free, you will not be able to learn anything. That's very well said. I'd like to come to you now, Engineer Dedino. I listened to you in the car as we came along, and one of the things I wanted to put forward to you is, how is government providing the support and the enabling environment? Just give us perhaps some projections that you are aware of that we are not, that is on the cards or that is being planned, that is not going to make anybody you are representing say, but we have not gotten there yet. The one that we know that is coming and the one that you already have that we don't know about. Please illuminate us.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. What is the role of NUC in all this? NUC is the representative of government in Nigerian university system, right? So, and what is the role? The role is to ensure orderly development of Nigerian universities to make them globally competitive and for national development. It's as simple as that. So, and how do we do that? We try to provide lots of regulations, guidelines, so that when you graduate with 2-1 in Nigeria, your 2-1 should be comparable to any 2-1 from anywhere in the world. And so that is it. So because of that, what do? We make sure that if you want to start a program in a Nigerian university, we come around, we resource verify what you have to ensure that you are on ground to offer such programs. After 3 years, we come back to do accreditation to see that you have not deviated from the way you are, or you must have improved anyway to offer degree programs in Nigeria. And until recently, and to me, until recently, about 10 years back now, we came into open distance education officially, and we provide the same services. For me, the open distance, just to collaborate or corroborate what Dr. Odon said, university education is not only about academic, it is academic, but in addition, there are 3 ways to obtain degrees. One, as a 16-year, 17-year-old, you come into the university, you graduate at 21. I said it in my presentation that after graduation, you are not sure of what you will be. The second way is that maybe you couldn't gain admission on time, you started working. Now, you now want to obtain a degree. So if a 17-year-old, assuming your area of specialization is in cinematography and whatever, and film production, when you are now going for a degree program, you don't go for mass communication. Rather, you strengthen that your area and study for film production and media, whatever, a specialization in. So if you recall, as soon as Professor Rashid assumed office, he did two things. First, the first thing he did was to unbundle mass communication into 7 subgroups. And the second thing he did was to come with the 14th discipline in Nigerian university system. It used to be 13. And the 14th one is about computing and allied disciplines. If you recall, computer science used to be a faculty of science, but now it's a discipline on its own, just to respond to global development.
The trends of the National Universities Commission, Dr. Odedina, brings to a close the panel conversation. And we're now going to questions and answers. And I am going to take 3 questions from the floor, and then I'm going to take 2 questions from our virtual audience. And in the 3 questions from the floor, 1 will be coming from the students. You know you can engage with DLI and the University of Lagos. This conversation is not over today. There is so much that we can continue to talk about. People have asked for the papers, for the recordings. People are also asking for contacts and wanted to know what the email address of the keynote speaker is. So Secretariat should take note of that, because he gave his email address and it was a bit difficult to hear and the spelling. So a lot of participants would like to know if you will share it with them. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, before we finally go to questions and answers real quick, I'd like to see the management of the University of Lagos who have stayed through with their boss here today. They are all seated nicely and have stayed out of love for long distance education, open distance education, e-learning, and I would like them to be on their feet so we can just say hello to them and thank them for staying the tide and the love they have shown to the DLI. Management of the University of Lagos. Mr. Vice Chancellor, you may wish to sit down. Your management will be standing up because we know you led them here, so we're clapping for you as well. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, management of University of Lagos, for loving us this much. Chairman DLI, on your feet, sir. Chairman DLI and his director, on your feet, please. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Please sit down. Anybody who has come from a university outside of Lagos, please, let's see if you are not from University of Lagos and you are here from another university, because I know we had some guests. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much for coming. Natalie runs a very useful non-governmental organization and she's here with us. Natalie, please be on your feet. Thank you very, very much. We really are privileged to have you all join us. I'm now going to take the questions, and I am not an easy moderator to deal with when it comes to time management. I'll therefore like you to please keep your questions short, your comments short, and don't give us multi-pronged, multidisciplinary, multi-entertainment questions or comments. We'll take 1 student on that side. Please introduce yourself when the microphone comes to you, and quickly go to your question or your comment and keep it short. The day is fast spent and we need to get back to work or other activities that we may be dealing with today. There you go. Let's go.
Good afternoon. My name is Olarewaju Ogushe. I'm the class rep for Public Admin Year 5. And I would like to ask 2 questions.
2? We can only take 1. Let's go.
Okay, just 1. Talking about inclusion. How do we include all in the rural areas that speak and understand our native language? Because English language has become a kind of barrier to understand education. And we're looking at developing our own native language that will help us to understand and to build skills using our native language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The panelists have heard you. We'll take all the questions and the panelists will respond appropriately. I'd like to take, no, I don't want you to take questions from the same row. This row, the middle row. There's a hand up. We're an equal opportunities employer. We're a panel that is looking for women to say something. So when we take a man out there, the next person has to be a woman. And then we're done with the questions on the floor. Okay, madam. And then the final person, the gentleman at the very back there with a black mask at the back. Let's go, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really want to make a comment on the inclusiveness, especially as it affects us in Nigeria. When we are talking about open distance education and e-learning, and we're talking about inclusive education, a big challenge that we have is about electricity. And we have people to stay home, and we can't rule out the importance of technology in terms of electricity supply. The people who are poor, those who are disabled economically, socially, how do we carry them along? This type of education that we are talking about. So why we advocate that, well, the best thing for us in 21st century is go on e-learning. And we want to encourage these poor ones. How do we help them out? The support somebody addressed from government has not addressed the issue of electricity supply. How do they go on the night? How do they go online to enjoy the facilities provided? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof, I know you, but I need you to introduce yourself because we didn't hear you introduce yourself. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm Professor Mrs. Samuel Mopelala, former Dean of Education, Unilag.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Professor Yemisi, those questions look like they're meant for you, but you can only answer one. We'll give another issue concerning inclusiveness to Professor Jegede. There have been two questions. You pick one, and the second one will go to Professor Jegede for his response. We have the gentleman at the back. Yes, please. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Prince Peteru Odo. Mine is free. I have worry about Nigeria. And why? And what's the basis? Epistemology. The lack of nationalism and the lack of competitiveness. For nationalism, we have had a vaccine nationalism. For competitiveness, we see how different governments produce the vaccines. Come to intellectualism or epistemology. How many know exactly the place of this in these two worries? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. While we're dealing with that, I'm not sure that we heard you quite clearly, but I heard nationalism as part of the question you asked and competitiveness. Am I correct on that, sir? Yes, indeed. Okay. So while we're at it, I'll now quickly go to questions that came online. Somebody has asked, what is the plan of the university to ensure unlimited and effective access to the internet for their students on or off campus, basically for academic content? Professor Abasharo is getting all the questions. What strategies are in place to ensure the students with specific needs are treated equitably, not with pity, by lecturers, especially those with invisible specific needs? That is a question. The next question that has come in for us is to actualize the phenomenal recommendations highlighted by the speakers as the 2019-2020 examination fast approaches. Is DLI considering conducting online examinations to students who are currently out of the country? That's a question for Professor Uche, and not able to partake in the face-to-face exam in person due to travel restriction. And then we had another question that came in concerning when do we begin real action and move away from the rhetorics on ODL? Excellent submission. From our erudite scholar, I strongly wish the e-learning could be stepped up in Unilag to cover postgraduate content delivery. And this is coming from Amusa Jamiu, you know. And then the other questions have come in from Christiana Ukebu. And another question has come in from a person called Mr. Abron. What is the plan of the university to ensure unlimited and effective access? And the final question is, what you said about getting employed and gaining experience without pay is true. I've experienced that. That's a comment that has come in from one of our participants. And then unlimited effective access to internet and postgraduate online participation. Those are the questions that have come in. So, and also the postgraduate one. So, Professor Basho, Professor Jagade, and yourself, you would be answering the question concerning online postgraduate, although she also has something to answer there. Professor Uche. And then finally, those who are talking about experience, you'll just make a one-liner. So Professor Yemisi, let's start with you.
Thank you.
We'll keep the answers short. You can engage with the speakers much later online and with DLI. Let's go.
Thank you very much. I'll leave the native language question to Professor Emeritus Professor Jegede because of his experience in, so I'll leave that and then look at how do you carry people along when we teach. Now, until recently, Maslow's hierarchy of needs started with the basic needs. But the current hierarchy of needs, I don't want to say Maslow's, but it's the same Maslow's hierarchy. The base there now is Wi-Fi. So the first thing you want to have is Wi-Fi. Do I have data? Nobody is thinking about physiological needs. Have I eaten? Nobody has thought of that. The first thing the people think about now is, do I have Wi-Fi? Do I have? So how do you carry people along? It will be easy because people's thinking is where we are starting from. And that is, I need this. The basic need is no longer food. The basic need is Wi-Fi. So if people have that at the background, then it will be easy to build on, and then you carry them along. Again, when you look at people with pity, you don't want to pity people. I tell, in the University of Lagos, we have all sorts of students. Their disability is not a problem. The only problem I find, is that our classrooms are not too friendly for them. But they are all in our system, and there's no pity about it because there's nothing. That's why they are differently abled, not disabled. They are just different. So we look at, if we have awareness development, awareness and sensitizations about these kinds of people, then we'll take them as us, and then all of us will fund. So it will be easy to carry everybody along with this in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Jagade, please.
Thank you very much. Let me first look at the issue of unlimited access to the internet and examination. Somebody talked about examination 2021. Unlimited access to the internet should really be a very simple thing for this country. Unfortunately, our priorities are so different, so jaded, so disjointed, and nobody looks at this. There's no reason why government cannot revisit the issue of satellite. You recall some years ago, 2007, Nigeria launched or got China to launch the communication satellite. And we actually used it for rural medicine, for doctors in rural areas. We also use it for open and distance education briefly. Only after using it for 3-4 months, I'm sure you remember, the satellite disappeared from space. We couldn't find it in this country. And in fact, at that time, students said, oh, this open university, you say you're using satellite. Nothing, you're 419. But we have a government that has all the money. We have a National Communications Commission. We have a Minister of Communication. What are they doing about this? Everybody should have, just like has been mentioned, access to the internet should be as free as the air we breathe in this country. It must be. Number 2, I don't see any reason why any university in this country or any other place will be talking about e-exam separate from paper or pen on paper exam. Yeah, you're going back several centuries ago. Why do you need it? Everything can be done online, all exams. Why is it that people take TOEFL? How many of you understand this TOEFL exam, GR exams? All these exams are done online. Why do we kid ourselves by saying that you cannot do essay questions online? Who says that? We can do it. And other countries are doing it. Why can't we do it? In terms of inclusion, we must not discriminate by virtue of age, gender, location, your level of education, and whatever. Everybody must have access to education. It is human right, it's a right. And so it doesn't matter whether you are tall or short, big or fat, or whatever it is, you have the right is you must get education. In fact, for all of us, whether you're in the rural area or whatever, you can walk to the local government office and demonstrate and say, it is your right to be given education. Imagine all sorts of money that's been wasted. So these are the things we must be looking for, that there must be, the specific needs should be there. There's no reason why in the rural areas we cannot provide students with data. Like I said, the data we have now shows that close to 175 million people use mobile phones in Nigeria. If that is the case, then we don't even need anything more than this. Make sure that you send your teaching, you send whatever you do through the mobile phone. But language is not the issue. If BBC cannot give us news in Hausa, Igbo, or Yoruba, there's no reason why we cannot write our study materials and use our local languages for people who want to read. They must read. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think MacArthur Foundation is involved in indigenous language broadcasting and support now, and Bayero University, Kano, has been doing some work in it. I've been privileged to be able to be part of that. So it will be something that you might want to check out and see what you can gain from what Prof has said. But having said that, I think one of the areas we didn't look at, and I'm sure Dr. Engineer Dedina will be able to make his comments on that when I come to him on that. Cyber attacks, safety of the net, protection and privacy when it comes to using those things. I teach at a university now as a visiting lecturer at Bingham University. And sometimes all you need to do is to just ask questions in an online class and somebody is cutting and pasting the answers. That is a challenge. And that's a challenge that we must look at and begin to address some of it. And these things happen across the nation. It's not, I mean, there are students who are crooked students anywhere you find them. It's not restricted to any particular university. So it is something that we must look at. We must pay attention to those areas. I'd like you to address the gentleman who talked about competitiveness and nationalism, and then we'll close with Engineer Dedina with the exams, online exams, and the little area that I mentioned in terms of security. You're an ICT guru. You should be able to help us there. Let's go.
Thank you very much. So the gentleman spoke about nationalism. You see, when I hear nationalism, I don't actually view it from a perspective of tribalistic or geographical disposition. I view it from a perspective of attention towards the national good. every career on earth, and this is a fact, and I think once you get the premise, this premise, things become easier. Every career fundamentally is based on your propensity to solve a problem. The reason that company is paying you is because you are doing something, you're filling a gap. The reason you are a lecturer because you are solving the problem of ignorance. It means, therefore, that your capacity to project new problems and adjust yourself as a solution to those problems is what will keep your career sustainable. But on that premise, let me look at Paystack. Paystack is a massive company in Nigeria, but why is that? Why are they a big company? It's because they are solving a national problem of online transfer of funds. So in the premise of aligning yourself towards being a problem solution or a provider of solution to problems, you need to be internationally competitive. Because the beautiful thing about Africa is 55 countries and over 1 billion people. So if you are living in Nigeria and you're comfortable with just being in Nigeria and it's fine as local champion, that means you are missing the point. There is a big space out there looking for your capacity to solve those problems they have. That's where international competitiveness does come in. Is that relationship between nationalism and international competitiveness?
Dr. Engineer Odedina, your final words.
Madam, there was a question on postgraduate courses through ODL delivery mode. There's no restriction that says you cannot run program. Yes, I will recall that ABU Zaria started with ODL Center with MBA. University of Nigeria and Nsukka started with MBA. Today, I can confirm that ABU now runs not about 6 postgraduate programs on its ODA. So the space is open. Then on the issue of somebody talked about rural areas. I think one of the problems that we don't follow up events. As far back as 70, I've been listening to television stations that offers e-learning. They used to offer e-learning. We should have built on that. Radio and television stations will go far into the rural areas than even the internet as of today. So then in approving distance learning centers, we usually emphasize that there must be studios, television, and many universities today have licenses to run television and radio stations. So we could take advantage of that easily. Maybe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Uche, do you want to make any responses quickly? Yes, so that we can close the panel. Yes? Is there a spare microphone? Somebody was asking about online exam. They kept repeating the question online. So perhaps you might want to make a sentence or two and then we'll wrap this.
Yeah, we at the DLI, we are working towards that so that we can make sure that those who are not within the country can take the exams. And also about the postgraduate programs, we are already running online postgraduate programs in the University of Lagos. So we are going to be an inclusive institution. No one is left behind. Thank you.
Keep your eye on the dial. The very respected Professor Olugbemiro Jegede, we thank you for joining us. ICT Guru, Engineer Odedino, we thank you. The very engaging Dr. Odon, we thank you. And the much sought after Professor Yemisi, we thank you very much. My name is Eugenia Abu. It's been a pleasure to serve. Good afternoon.
Thank you, thank you. Please, before you leave the stage, can you just take a group photograph, please? Before you leave the stage, we have less than 5 minutes, please. Less than 5 minutes, we'll be out of here, I can assure you. Just take good photographs, please. Thank you. Photographers, quickly, please. Professor Yemisi Obashiru John, Professor Moketsi Letseka, thank you. Emeritus Professor Olujegede, thank you. Dr. Akonima Odon, thank you. Engineer Kayode Odedino, thank you. At this juncture, may I now invite for the vote of thanks, the Deputy Director, Dr. Johnson Adewara, please. Few minutes, please. The Deputy Director, can we have you for the vote of thanks? Thank you.
Mr. First Chancellor, sir, permit me to stand on established protocol. On behalf of the management of DLI, led by Professor Uchenna Udiani, I wish to express our sincere gratitude to all the participants at this colloquium. It is first and unequal event in the history of open and distance learning in Nigeria. More than 1,000 individuals and stakeholders have participated in today's program. This is a huge success in itself. The management of DLI hereby express a heartfelt thanks to our special guest of honor, the Ministers for Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Talent, ably represented by Mr. Idris Mohammed. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Oluwatoyin Temitayo Ogundipe, FAS, for your passion, for your permission and support to host this colloquium. Thank you, sir. The university management, the chairman of this occasion, Professor Pat Utomi, our keynote speaker, Dr. Nel Fasino, and all other panelists. Special thanks to our moderator, Mrs. Eugenia Abu, for doing a great job. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank all the respected individuals and organizations that have supported us in one way or the other to make this occasion a huge success. Thank you all. My sincere gratitude to all the deans present here today, the directors, HODs, and university staff for the demonstration of high level of commitment to the success of this colloquium. You are all great. We wish you all safe journey back to your respective destination. God bless you all. Thank you.
We started with God, and it is important we end with him as well. May I invite Mr. Shitu to lead us with the closing prayers, please. Mr. Shitu, please. Please, immediately after that, we'll take, thank you.
In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, most merciful, oh Allah, the success of this program, we pray for the peace in the University of Lagos, in DLI, and our dear country as a whole. May Allah continue to be with us, guide us, protect us, and we pray for journey mercy for all the participants in this epic occasion. May Allah be with all of us. Subhan rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamu mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Salaamu alaykum.
Shall we write, please, for the anthem, and then we'll close.
Thank you and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.